Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to be here with you guys tonight. Thank you all so much for joining in the conversation. I think I have a great show planned for you tonight. We did get some updates in the Javea Harris case. Unfortunately, as of right now, she hasn't been found. But that doesn't mean they're not going to find her. And I have a lot of faith in law enforcement in this case that they are working as hard as they can to find her and bring her home. So we have the 911 call. And of course, you know me, I like to compare these things, I like to put them side by side, and I like to listen to them and call out the BS, right? Call out the lies, call out the BS. And so that's what we're going to do tonight, because the initial story didn't add up. And then, of course, I continue to go back to Sebastian Rogers, because, again, we have quote unquote parents. One is a stepfoot that decides that they're not going to tell the truth. And I know they know where they put Sebastian, or where he is, or what happened to him. And so I'm going to continue to put pressure on that way. I have showed you guys time and time again, years ago, it feels like years ago, it was probably like more like a year ago, about the corruption in Sumner County. I can't continue to be a broken record. I shared a live out of Jen's, and she talked about the corruption. I think it should be in the forefront of everyone who wants to cover Sebastian's case. I think you need to continue on digging deeper into the corruption. I think it needs to be put out there on blast, and I think that we need to put pressure on, right? Every time I put pressure on a situation, I get a positive result. And that's just little old me with a tiny little channel, right? Speaking of that, so Javea Harris's case was on Law and Crime, right? Nancy Grace, where you at? Vinnie Politan, where you at? Come on, guys, let's get it. I apologize if you guys haven't. I haven't seen it yet. But let's get this little girl's story out here. She deserves it, right? It's not just the ones you guys want to pick and choose. And I'll leave it there. But I think you guys know what I'm talking about. Love Mama Love. Hello, Love Mama Love. So good to see you. Hey, Jilly. Good to see you. I also reached out to Mike Hatzel today, and I texted him and I emailed him, but I realized that he likes an email better, but I already texted him. So, I hope Splash the Otter will join. I know that South Carolina isn't terribly far from Florida, but they are looking in areas that have a lot of water, right? A lot of fresh water, and areas that may be useful to have a search otter. So I did reach out today, and I'm just waiting for a response back. I hope that he at least emails me back about this. I did send him attachments with her missing flyer, with some pictures of her, as well as what is going on. You know, that it is a recovery mission, that that SLED and the FBI, local law enforcement agents, are saying that they are on a recovery mission, and with that recovery mission, they need help, I'm sure. If they turned it down or something like that, that's something that I can't help. But I hope that he will reach out, and I hope that we can get, you know, some sort of an answer, like we did with Sebastian. He said, "Look, I've been working with the TBI, so that's fantastic news, right?" So I hope that he will check his email and at least just, tell me yes, no, maybe so. Um, of course, if he says maybe so, then I'm going to have to grill him a little bit further, because I'm trying for a yes. But nevertheless, check mark that box off. I'm waiting for the video that I downloaded to upload to YouTube. And while we do that, I want to show you a short that I made for Javea, because there's some more uh, vigils, some candlelight vigils that they're holding for her as well. And thank you so much, Witchy, for putting in the disclaimers and all of that, and for getting back to me about the uh, manager mod stuff. Also, if you guys are a mod and you haven't gotten into the Discord, the mods Discord, um, please email me or let me know tonight so that way I can add you to that. Um, I'm trying to get everything kind of organized, the ducks in a row, before I might get really, really busy with things. And so I want to make sure everybody has that. And I also want you guys to feel included in the mod conversation. If you're a mod and you have a wrench, I guess they changed it to a shield, whichever. So please, please, please get together with me so I can make sure that I have all of the mods in there. Um, because that's an important part of the channel and helping it grow and helping me succeed with the channel, right? And we just need to get that ball rolling and organized, and running like a good tight ship. Hello, Chuchi, good to see you. And my PTSD is here, and little Miss Sharon throwing that mullet card down. Thank you for being here. And also Holly S is here. Hello, Holly S. And I got Witchy. I got PTSD. I want to make sure I got all you guys. Hey, Bo, good to see you. And Gabby Mist is here. Gabby, I hope you were able to get into the Discord. I trust that you did get in there as well. So that's fantastic because I know one of the other mods let me know that. So I appreciate you getting in there as well. Big shout out to our friend Trooper and Iris's mom for finding an alias for the father here, right? For Javea's father. I didn't know he had an alias on Facebook. Some people do. I also have an alias, so I'm not throwing shade. I'm saying that that was a good that was a really good catch because we couldn't find him, and we wanted to make sure that there wasn't any priors. Now I don't think that there are any priors with either parent as it stands right now, but there's a lot of chatter and a couple of groups that I had gotten in with, was reading through some of the turmoil that comes with a missing child's case like this, right? Because a lot of times people want, and they're angry, right? They want answers. They want to figure out who is to blame. They want to figure out what happened, and everybody's mad as hell, which they should be, right? Javea is who matters. She's a little sweetheart. She deserves the best. She didn't deserve what she got. She doesn't deserve to be out there missing. So, in the spirit of me telling her story, I'm going to tell you guys how it's going and report on things as they come in without bias against either side or either parent. Who I'm here for is Javea. Django is going to be crying a little bit here because he hears a car rolling up. So let me go ahead and mute myself and I will play this and I'll be right back with you.
God, if you lead me, I will follow. Follow you. Follow you.
What you want to say about the baby?
Good time, baby.
All right, guys. So, oh my goodness, these little girls in the beginning, they just got my heart. Again, it reminds me of my daughter. It reminds me of her just hanging out with her buddies, or maybe these are her cousins or family members. But, just being little girls, right? Just having fun and doing little selfies already. They're all so little, but yet, they're so tech savvy, the kids are. And just a precious little girl here. So I'm going to play it without the music, even though I love that music. It's a little bit more upbeat than I usually do. But, Javea to me has a special light, and I wanted to portray that. And this is little Javea Harris. Um, Another creator made this, and I found this on Facebook. Really, really cute. And Chuchi had sent me a bunch of pictures over as well. So this is part of the affidavit, right, which we're going to go over also shortly. But I wanted to put it into the video. So it does appear that a major update that we have with Javea's case is that her mother and father are allegedly both responsible per their confessions to law enforcement for abusing Javea so severely and then not seeking out medical attention for her, and that they have told law enforcement that they brought her to uh, some location, right? And we did confirm that as well, because I kept saying, if this is what we're believing from mom and dad and what the police are going off of, I hope they're not on a wild goose chase. I hope that it's some sort of digital footprint or evidence that they're following to come to the conclusion that they are. But it does appear that they are going off of what was confessed to them by the parents, right? So, hello, Detroit. So good to see you. And Detroit, I need to get you into our mod chat too. I can't see who has shields in here and who doesn't. For some reason, in this restream program, it doesn't show me that. So, my apologies. And so let's go ahead and go a little bit more into this. But again, we can see in these pictures that there's obvious signs of abuse. I've had a lot of shiners myself, and you don't just, fly into a fucking doorknob and stuff like that. It just makes me sick. So on Wednesday, July 8th, we have a stand together for Javea. We ask everyone to wear pink and Minnie Mouse in her honor as we continue to lift her name, her memory, and the fight for justice. A beautiful soul who deserves so much more. Her smile, her love, and her light will never be forgotten. And there's little Javea. So that's Wednesday. And that is going to be Wednesday, July 8th. And wear pink or Minnie Mouse, right? And a lot of people were making candles and wearing pink at the first vigil that we showed. And I have some more footage from that, thanks to the local news station. But then there's also going to be another vigil on Thursday night. And this one is in loving memory also, of course, of Javea Harris, gone too soon, forever in our hearts. It's a candlelight vigil where they're asking to join in honor and remember this precious little baby girl taken from her family far too soon. So the date would be July 9th, and it starts at 7:30 p.m. The location is the event center at 210 Shiloh Heights Road, Aiken, South Carolina. So please bring your candle, balloons, and stuffed animals are welcome. We will finish the memorial at her home, where they will be placed in her honor, right? Because then I'm going to show you guys also, you're going to see that in this footage coming up. You will see that the house is full of different, memorials for her. candles, balloons, and stuffed animals. Through your time with us, or excuse me, though your time with us is far too short, the light you brought will never dim. You are loved beyond words and missed beyond measure. Right? Very sweet, fly high, sweet angel. Um, it's just so heartbreaking. So very heartbreaking. And then Friday, July 10th, is going to be a vigil at 7 p.m. Let's come together as a community to show the sweet, precious baby some love, right? A candlelight vigil again. And I love the little Minnie Mouse with the 4 here. Again, I didn't make any of these. These were all on Facebook, and I appreciate everybody who put their time and energy and effort and love into that. Hey, Crazy Bird, I think I have the link for you if you're not in the mod Discord. But again, guys, I do want to get everybody in there as well. Oh no, it's trying to get you in there, but it won't let you in there. Oh my gosh. No, it might be. Did you click one of my links? Because they don't like my links. Hey, Jenny Michette. So, and this is part of this post that says, if you've ever met her, you have an instant bond. Bring your candles in your heart, right? That is so sweet, and I bet you that's the truth because she's just too cute. I mean, I don't know anybody that couldn't just fall in love with her, sweet baby. And then here is what I was telling you guys about earlier, right? This is their house, and this is where they have put together a memorial in her honor. They just have their little baby doll there, and then also a big teddy bear holding the baby. Um, just so sad, but they got the Minnie Mouse balloons, candles set up, and they're going to add to that as the vigils go on. Hey, Holly. And so just a really, really sweet thing for the community to get together and continue to honor her. I'm praying and hoping that she is found. I hope that these vigils and everybody getting together and everybody gathering in prayer, that she is found. Also, I wanted to let you guys know, because I know we were talking about her little sister, and that the family members have taken the little sister in, and that they may not have baby stuff, right, or diapers or formula and that sort of thing. So please donate and do what you are able to do for baby Harris. Continue to keep and I'm so sorry if I'm saying this name incorrectly, but Basilia McElwain, excuse me, and the entire family lifted in prayer as they move forward day by day. Now, Mrs. McElwain is actually going to be Javea's paternal grandmother. It does appear that she has the baby after this tragic event has happened. I don't know if tragic event even covers it. Um, the entire family lifted in your prayers, right? So definitely send them prayers and love. They're collecting baby girl items, new or gently used, for baby girl, right? Because we don't want to send her over anything that, babies, they put their, stuff in their mouth and stuff, and then there's recalls on some of that crap. So we just want to make sure she gets the best that she can, and it's so sweet that if anybody can help out. 0 to 3 months is what she's wearing, right? If for clothes, diapers, that sort of thing. Message me for drop off. Everything is needed and appreciated. So if you guys can help, please do. I did let them know on one of their Facebook posts if they had some sort of like I don't know if there's a GoFundMe. I know we looked it up last night, but it didn't look quite right, and it definitely wasn't his mother that posted it, in my opinion. So I'm just very leery to do that because I want to make sure they're getting it to the right people and everything like that. So, and again, here's some more pictures. People are making little angel pictures for her, little princess pictures, which is just so sweet. This one's got to be my favorite one. Just beautiful. And this one's Justice for Javea. And then here's some of the candlelight vigil, and we're also going to see that, and some of the people who decided to speak out also. She's just so cute. You are loved, Javay.
What you want to say about the baby?
Jetta, baby.
She's just so adorable. Oh my gosh, I'll tell you, Kylie, I so appreciate everybody coming together, um, to speak about new cases to compare to Sebastian's case. Um, we need to find these kids. They don't deserve to be somewhere out there, wherever they may be. And again, I never want to lose hope, even in a case like, like when it comes to Javea's case, we don't know for sure, right? We're going off of what law enforcement's saying, but um, they're just there's always hope. So I'm torn between it. I'm always torn between that, because it's like I don't want to not say, right? Like I don't want to not listen to law enforcement, because then they would roll their eyes at me and probably be like, well, yeah, Lady Freedom, you certainly like to bitch at us when we do the wrong thing. And then, you certainly don't listen to us when we tell you and we're being transparent, right? So, of course, and obviously that's not the collective law enforcement. I'm just saying I don't want to be a hypocrite or, bash them either way or anything like that. But even in a case like this, I try to hold out hope, because I'm praying it's not true, but it is, and Holly, it is such a great loss, And thank you guys for sending jewels. Oh my gosh, you guys are so great. Thank you so much. I got a high five. I got a high five from Holly. That's great. Thanks, Holly, and a little flower. Thanks, Kylie's nail candy. I wish I could post those up here, but they won't let me on StreamYard. I don't know if it's different. Or I mean, excuse me, Restream. So, oh, it's cold outside for you tonight? Oh my goodness. It's like 78 here, so it's pretty nice. It's not too bad. All right. So, let me see how this video is dropping. Oh, that's great news. All right. So, let's see here. And okay, so it's still uploading, that's fine. I just want to get you guys this 911 call. But speaking of the 911 call, that now we have this. So little Javea, she was reported missing. Okay, sorry guys. So little Javea, she was reported missing by her mother on June 30th, around a little after 8:30, right? Because she said that she couldn't find her at 8:30. I don't know exactly what time this 911 call occurred. However, it had to be after 8:30 p.m. And somehow these officers SLED, the FBI, were able to get this out lickety split to us, right? Or maybe it was more so the news media putting in the FOIA request or what have you. But I mean, guys, we're talking not even a week later. It's a week now by Eastern Standard Time standards, right? But why is it that Sebastian can't get the same result? Why is it that we still have not heard any calls from Katie? I know she didn't call 911. I know she didn't. But where's the call that came in reporting Sebastian missing? We have the dispatch audio, but that's only because people got it from the scanners. But where and at what point are we ever going to hear what Katie told law enforcement originally? And make no mistake about it, her mom was on there talking about she had autism too. Right? Oh, Javea has autism. We're just not sure. We can't get her tested yet. She's only 4. This fucking bullshit song and dance. Blatantly lying. Jenny Machete, I bet you we're about to have that body camera for Javea. I think we will. I hope and pray we do. You know? But I agree. Where is it for Sebastian? How come he is not important enough for law enforcement to do their job? What is it about Sebastian's case that they're hiding in their corrupt asses? I'm not afraid to say it. I'm not about the police. I'm not about the parents. I'm not about anything but finding Sebastian and telling his story. And his story includes his parents his mom and stepfoot not calling 911. Did not call 911. Called the sheriff's department directly. Where is the call? Where's the body cam? Like Jenny Machete said. Where is the proof that there was some sort of proactive plan in place to report Sebastian and that law enforcement did what they were supposed to do right away? I mean, yeah, they showed up right away. We know that much. But I don't know what the original story is, and that's very important. It's important, and we're going to see why it's so important tonight. Because a week later, just shy a day, but a week later, we have everything that we need to know about these two numbnuts, Javea's parents, right? But we still, over 2.5 years later, don't have the full story with the two numbnuts that know where Sebastian is, in my opinion. So in that case, I mean, we have there's a lot of explaining to do by law enforcement and why they didn't do their job. And arguably cover something up. Take it upon themselves not to be transparent. Take it upon themselves to tell us how sorry we should feel for the parents. I didn't see law enforcement doing that in Javea's case. I'll tell you what, if they did, I'd be calling them out. Because I don't feel sorry for the parents. I don't even feel sorry for the parents if the wife was being abused. And you guys know how I am with domestic violence. You know that most of my videos will get dinged because I will talk about domestic violence, and I will say domestic violence. So why is it that they're feeling sorry for Chris and Katie day one? We have an autistic child. He's actually autistic, right? And he's got a rare chromosome deletion. So why are we worried about Chris and Katie? We don't know if Sebastian was eating. We don't know if he was warm. We don't know if he was cold. We don't know if he was getting enough water. We don't know if he was in the hands of someone he shouldn't have been. We don't know anything. We don't even know that he left the house. Fucking law enforcement's over there looking for him in the walls. How the hell could somebody fit in a wall of a whole person? A 15-year-old boy can't just fit in the walls. I mean, look how wacky this story is. You see how wacky Sebastian's story is? And then you got a bunch of yahoos out there like Trevor Lee, who actually get some sort of meat and potatoes out of and substance out of a conversation with Chris Proudfoot's ex-wife, and just because he's a Mr. Little Pissy Pants himself, he decides to take the shit down, and it's never, it can never be seen again in its entirety, in its raw form, exactly what Nina said, because Trevor Lee had a little bug up his ass. Yeah, I said it, and I don't really care who thinks what about it. It's the truth. It's the truth. Over there, fine to be on Court TV with gray pubes and Vinnie Politan. It's all good, right? As long as you're getting what you need out of it. What about Sebastian? What about Nina? What about Faith? What about what Mr. Proudfoot got away with? What about all the abuse that Sebastian had to endure? 5 CPS reports. Don't tell me he didn't endure any abuse. Don't tell me, because you'll need to prove me wrong. It's a whole ass, I mean, it's like a little tantrum. Holly, I mean, I'm sorry. And I felt bad because I came in hot to Jen's because I didn't even say hi to anybody. I'm like, what about Trevor Lee and what happened here? Hey, Kiki, what happened? And let me tell you something about Trevor Lee. I praise that kid like no other. I mean, always reposting him about Sebastian, always reposting his posts, telling him what a great guy he is. Man, if I had a son, I'd want him to turn out like you. You actually care about people. You're willing to sit down with a woman who endured severe domestic violence in many forms, like in terms of Chris Proudfoot smacking her daughter and backhanding her, and her braces hitting her mouth, and her teeth busting her lip, right? Because she was wearing braces. We hear about a little boy that he was being mean to. He was picking on of Nina's, abusing an infant baby by slamming her car seat on a table. But you decide to take that down because you have a little pissy pants? I retract every kind word I ever said, except for to your mother. Your mother's a nice woman. But other than that, boy, you got a lot of growing up to do. And to sit there and say that you advocate for kids because you want to be a little politician, your politicking ain't working over here, because I know what you did. And I saw exactly what you did. I was there in real time. I saw how you treated Seth. I'm trying. I'm trying because I don't have a lot of patience, Holly, if you can't tell. I just don't have the patience level for it, because when I see this, I'm going, Jenny, I just come in as hot as like, didn't even say hello. How rude. I know that was rude of me. I shouldn't have done that, but golly, I just couldn't even help myself. It was like I should have sat on my hands or something. And he's over there in the Duchess interview first thing. When I look back on it, my hindsight is perfect vision. Back then, I must have been, naive and not knowing what the hell I'm talking about. Hey, Orb, So, oh, thank you, Gabby. I will check it in the Discord. I'm assuming. So it's frustrating to me. It doesn't make me feel good, right? I'd like to be like, wow, everybody in Sebastian's case did a stellar job, and we found him. It's not the case, guys. 2.5 years later, we have to revisit these things. So, Kiki, it's just crazy. I just can't believe it. I'm just appalled by it. Like I said, a week later, and I get it. We have a beautiful little 4-year-old here that is absolutely deserving of everything. I'm so happy that Law and Crime took it upon themselves to make sure that they were going to be one of the big ones to cover her case, right? Because I'm little. Some of these other people I follow are smaller, or some of them are bigger than me, but they're still just, we're on social media, right? But when you get coverage by Law and Crime and Jesse Weber's talking about Javea, I mean, it's a whole different ball game, right? I mean, I know it. So we need to do better. We need to do better all around in Sebastian's case. There's no reason, spicy lady after dark, witchy, but it's like, I'm just sitting here, and I just got so boiled up because I'm making this video tonight, putting some final touches on it. I heard that Jen was live. I'm like, oh, I can't, I'm going to go over, and she's talking about Sebastian, and I'm like, I don't want to say hi or anything, because I know that if I get to talking, I have all this other stuff I got to do, right? But I wanted to go in there and, listen and show support, like, hit the like, share it, all the things, right? But listening to Trevor Lee and gray pubes, I couldn't not say something, right? And you got him over there saying the same thing he said on Web Sleuths, except for the fact that he wasn't condoning abuse to to Vinnie Politan. He's not going to do that, you know. And by gray pubes, I mean gray hues, but I call him pubes because that's what he is. Yeah, yeah, exactly. He just kept saying dad, dad, dad. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy. So why is it that we can't get our shit together with Sebastian? Why is it that all of these people are coming in to get their little small little 15 minutes of fame? What is that? It gets so frustrating, Kiki, when you care and you see all this nonsense around. It's like, why? For what? What is the point of it? Because it's definitely not to find Sebastian. It definitely hasn't helped find him. Um, Are we closer to finding him than we were back then? I would hope so. But in order for us to do that, we need to start being real with the situation. We need to start putting pressure on the situation, you know? So, Holly, you guys make me laugh. So, does anyone else? No big deal, in my opinion. GP, not uh, Green Hoodie. Well, and I mean, here's the thing. I don't think any of us are ever going to know who the Green Hoodie is. I would hope that one of these days we would find out. But, we also have at night artificial intelligence, or however they want to call themselves, that blurred her photo out. They blurred her out. How come we can see people in the video, in the Texas Roadhouse video, where you can see their complete facial expressions and the way their nose is shaped, their ears, their eyes, all of it? How come we can see that, but we can't see it on Green Hoodie? It's because they blurred it out, folks. I'm telling you. I've zoomed in on the picture a million times. It's not from pixelation. It's not because, Green Hoodie's scurrying around like a little crackhead or something like that. She's not. She's a big ass lady or dude. I don't know what it is. It's a shim. I don't know. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just saying you can't tell who the hell it is. And then the police want to show it to Seth and not show anything and blur it out even more, or not even show the face. I mean, that's a big red flag. And the only person that's ever been cleared in his case is the Green Hoodie. I know, Holly, and this craziest thing is the ones that call others that, or that's what they are, is a damn tragedy pimp. It's amazing to me. I was even watching something earlier today and I'm going, I really like this creator, but I hope that he knows who's in his chat, because he's sitting there talking about this person that's in his chat and playing her content, and he doesn't even remember her grifting money on the hurricane. I do, because I was about to move to Florida at that time. So I remember it very well. She likes to point the fingers at everybody else. And she's one of them. It's just amazing. I don't see anybody, going out on the limb for anybody but themselves, and it really ticks me off. I saw someone in the chat the other day, or Reddit, that it's Linda Proudfoot who is the Green Hoodie. I've never seen a picture of Linda. I've never seen a picture of her. I've seen a picture of, Trucker Proud Senior Foot, but I've never seen her. So, oh, great. Oh, I got you. Oh my God, Gabby, that's funny as hell. He might be. He's kind of girly, and he's kind of, I don't know. He probably shaved off his pubes for the day. Oh my God. I was setting everyone's calls to gray pubes, not gray hues. Oh my goodness, that's funny. It's gotta be, Kiki. It's gotta be. Did you see the redhead coming down the middle aisle? I don't recall that, Kiki. The redhead, whenabouts did it happen? So, because I know there were a lot of people in and out. Now I know there was that one dude that resembled Proudfoot, right? I know there was that dude. He was wearing a hat. He was wearing like a mesh ball cap, right, with like the like a black brim on it, and he looked like Chris, but it wasn't him. He even stood like Chris, like with his chubby little leg tucked behind the other one, the little baby leg, the little baby curl leg. But Jenny, I'm sorry. I just like, you know what I mean? Like maybe I was just destined to go into Jen's chat today because I was like, whoa. And I watched that interview not too long ago, and the reason why I didn't cover it was because I didn't have much nice to say, because it was the two of them and they're playing Vinny like a freaking fiddle. I'm like, oh God, and they didn't even really say anything too important. And we've already gone over some of Nina's interview, even though I know the creator that was nice enough to share it, um, her small breakdown of it, she left out the part of what happened to Nina's son. And so that's always been really bugging me too, because we need to understand that Chris Proudfoot doesn't discriminate against which children he's going to abuse. He abuses them all. He is a big fat pig, in my opinion, an abusey pig. And luckily, none of Nina's children were hurt seriously by him. Psychologically, probably so. Hopefully, they were too little to understand or remember. That's my prayer. But I wouldn't hold my breath on that. Kids are smart as hell. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what the Green Hoodie's involvement is, Gabby. I don't. Kiki says I did a video on it, and there's someone, in my opinion, that looks like a Green Hoodie walking down an aisle in the Texas Roadhouse. Now, does she have red hair, or does she have that strawberry blonde hair that's kind of reddish blonde? CJ showed a goatee, but now it's behind a paywall, I heard. See, and that's the thing. That's what a lot of these people were doing. I don't understand that either. You know? I love David Bowie, Detroit. I don't understand though. Like why are you doing that? Haven't you made enough money off of Sebastian, or are you just figuring on residuals too? Thank you, Kiki. Kiki says I did live on it, girl. Okay, I'll go look, Kiki. I'm sorry, I have not had any time. I have been running around, Miss Sharon. Oink oink. I've been I've been running around like a chicken with my head cut off. And if I don't get back to you guys right now, please don't send the cavalry. I swear I'm okay. I'm working my tail end off. Um, just going nonstop. Hey, Cinderella. Oh my God, I love Josh. You guys have no idea. I love Josh so much. Detroit says Josh intimidates great pubes. It's hilarious. Oh my God. Oh man, I need to go over and stop into Josh's live. I'm like I said, I've just been so crazy busy. Um, Nina said Faith saw CP hit Sebastian across the face allegedly. Yeah, little Miss Sharon, I heard that too. So, oh God. So, the crazy part about that is that this little girl has to go over there and spend time with these monsters. They put her right in there. Oh, it's okay. There's still a fifth CPS report open and a missing child still 2.5 years later. But, we'll just go ahead and give them full reign and, full responsibility and full access and full custody of Faith, a little girl. Now, why don't you give a crap about her? Why don't you care about how she feels? Why don't you ask her what she's witnessed in that house? Bunch of little chicken shits. I need to see that, but I don't have the video. I want the whole thing in order. Well, I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, can we... That's the reason why I get so upset about people taking down the originals of stuff. Because it doesn't, again, it doesn't help things. It's like it's going to rewrite history or something like that, you know? Thank you, Kiki. That's awesome. Can you pull a SS of a person chat? Bok bok. That's awful. Can't wait till CP and KP get the jail cells they deserve. Jenny, I mean that, I mean it's just it's very disheartening, and I'll be the first one to applaud law enforcement and say yippee skippy, good job, you guys are the best, hip hip hooray. I'll throw a fucking parade for them. You know, I will throw a parade for them. But until then, I'm not going to do that. Not until they start treating Sebastian's case the way they should be, the way that he deserves to have his case treated, and any other person out there that's missing. I mean, just because you know somebody doesn't mean you should be able to get away with, you know, hiding them, keeping them someplace till they're 18. Pick a theory. Any of it is wrong and not okay. So why is it acceptable in Sebastian Rogers' case? TBI, do you need to take some lessons from SLED? I think you do. I certainly think you do. I like we it's like we got to screen record and save it to a thumb drive. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I know how to save like a whole entire, like I can download a video and then I can manipulate it in my software that I use to make videos. I mean, that's the reason why I don't have any storage either. But I also like to keep things in context, and I like to show things as they are, right? So that way you guys can make a better informed decision. Because if I just show it to you in my narrative the way I want you to see it, then you guys are going. You might see it exactly how I see it, but yeah, it's because I've taken it out of context and I've made it into my narrative, right? But I somewhat do that when I show you comparisons, because obviously you guys can know that I'm taking that comparison. I'm showing you A, and then I'm showing you B, and then I'm showing you C, and then I'm showing you A, and then I'm showing, so it just I like to do that. And let me go ahead and because I'm sure it will get, I'm sure the advertisers will probably not want to put ads on these, which is fine. That is totally fine with me. So, well, yeah, Jenny, and that's the thing. I mean, and the thing about Seth doing that is that Sebastian is very lucky to have Seth. I mean, look, no one else out of the family members have talked to the media except for the father when he first came out, but he was trying to deceive law enforcement, in my opinion, or excuse me, deceive the media, in my opinion. Now, obviously, he ultimately confessed to law enforcement, which we're going to see that in the video tonight, because there was arrest affidavits. There was, oh, hold on one second, let me grab this. There was arrest affidavits and also warrants. And we're also going to listen to the mother's 911 call and the father's mainstream media interview with Will. So let me pull this in. Okay. And I'm going to skip over her little vigil thing, but I will play it at the end so you guys have that information. Also, it's a short that is attached to this video here. Oh my gosh, I love this girl. She put like 50 billion pickles in her pool and then went in there. It was hilarious. Okay, so oh, thank you, Kiki. Oh, you did not have to send me a super chat for that, girl. Oh, thank you. Okay, so sent the screenshot to the text. Thank you so much. So it is irritating, Kiki, in the way that he was treated at the demonstration. You know, we're the ones that are protesting, so to speak. You think we were the ones that would be getting rowdy with it. But no, we all kept our composure. But we had police officers that were smacking our signs around. Disgusting. And nobody wants to talk about it. Not a one. Where are you guys at? All you YouTube creators out there, where are you at? Of course, I'm not talking about you, Kiki, or anybody that's talked about it. Like Jay, I think Jay from Crime Time Buzz did and all that. But, don't make a spectacle of it, right? Come real with it. Come real with the outrage, because there should be a fair amount of outrage for something like that. I know I spent hours on my signs. I know each one of those signs had to have cost me at least $25 to $30 a piece because of the ink, right? And I double reinforced my signs. I still got every single one of them. I can't wait for the next time. Bring it. When these people delete videos, it makes them look cowardly and like they have no integrity. Boom, Holly, that's it. I lose respect big time. Don't be going to the state capitol and in your little suit and tie. Oh, I'm here for the children. Fuck you. No, you're not. I'm sorry. It makes me sick. I'm over it. I have no patience. I see people that have so much patience. I'm like, oh, Lord, please give me the patience. I know, Crazy Bird. And here's the thing. Everybody that went there and did that, I'm eternally grateful for it. I'm eternally grateful for it. But I know all of you guys were also supporting, here and praying, from where you're at and things like that. I wanted you guys to see it though. I'm so glad that I was live. I was so glad that I was live. At the time I was kind of regretting it. I was like, why'd it have to happen while I was live? And then I was like, at least I got it. But Betty got some damn good footage of that shit too. As a matter of fact, it was her camera that was stationary is where I found that he hit the sign. I was the one that got all the nice gestures, or I should say obscene gestures, that the law enforcement officers were using. And yeah, when I see a thumbs up being given, and it's in Sebastian's case, yeah, I take that as a derogatory. And so do you. And don't tell me for 1 minute that you were doing that to be kind or to show solidarity or unity or any of it. You weren't. Bunch of freaking bullies. All right. So here we have, let me just go ahead and go through here. There. Okay, hold on.
We got the warrants in the full 911.
Okay, we'll just play it from here.
Hey,
What you want to say about the baby?
J-Time, baby.
We got the warrants in the full 911 call from the Aiken County Sheriff's Office related to Javea Harris and the search for her too. So this is the call that the mother made the night that she said that Javea went missing. We know that that is not true because Javea has been gone for at least a month or longer. We also have new information in the warrants that detail how Javea may have passed and what the parents did to contribute to that as well. We know that they're both charged with homicide by child abuse. So I want to start by going over the warrants.
Okay, guys, so homicide by child abuse. Yes, YouTube, I said it. Homicide by child abuse. Yep. And Crazy Bird, we have it all on camera. I was live when it happened. And Betty was filming across the street when that big jagaloo buffoon, when the big buffoon came over and hit the sign. the officer of a law hit the sign at the gathering. Oh yeah, her camera was pointed dead on it, and he did that. And as he's walking up, the people who were protesting were waving at that stupid motherfucker, and he still had the audacity to start pointing at us in angry face and everything. He's a piece of garbage, and ma'am, we got it all on camera. You best believe it. And then I got the gestures on live stream because they didn't give a fuck. The news was there. The mainstream media news was there. WKRN Nashville, and so was news. Whatever the hell their freaking names are. News 2 and News 5, I believe, was the ones. They were there. They hurried up and got in their little cars and drove away like the cowards they are. Yes, I said it because I've had it. This is how a real investigation goes. These are real reporters, real mainstream media reporters. These are the examples to set and look up to. Not you bunch of pansy asses. The LE couldn't stand it. Jenny, and that's exactly it. The LE couldn't stand it that the public joined in and was honking. I probably even chapped their asses even more that Gallatin police were honking for Sebastian. And then LE showed their face and acted like criminals. Boom. And we sat there and did it all peacefully. Every single last one of us. None of us lost any kind of cool whatsoever. They did. It was like disturbing, Jenny. It was like super disturbing. I was like in shock. I was like, this is why we're supposed to be here. You know? Yeah, exactly. Well, and you could see in all of her videos that she wasn't having any trouble speaking. And also, I wanted to say something. I want to address something. Also, guys, autistic children can ride scooters. Autistic children can write their names. Autistic children can play with other children. Autistic children can go swimming. Autistic children can do a great many things. Autistic children can do some of the things that we ourselves cannot do. So, I'm not going to elaborate on that, but I just want to let everybody know that because I think there's a huge misconception when it comes to autism spectrum, right? They can ride scooters. They can play with other children that aren't even on the spectrum. Sebastian could play Dungeons and Dragons. I can't play that game. It's too hard for me. Right? I like to play chess, but I'm not very good at it. He'd probably whip my ass. Right? So don't underestimate these kids, especially when their parents tell us they're autistic. Don't underestimate them, please. Whatever you do not underestimate them. Because I like to have came off my hands too on that one. But I was good that time.
Here, and we can put those up on the screen. These are for both parents, but Mashyla Herring's warrants, who is that's the mother of Javea.
Richard.
I'll read it for you guys. So, new information here today. This is what the warrant says. It says, this is the homicide by child abuse charge. It says, quote, while committing child abuse or neglect and the death occurs under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to human life by not seeking medical attention for Javea after knowing that Javea suffered injury which was obtained by physical abuse. Now we know that there was an injury to Javea and the parents knew about that injury and did not seek medical help for that injury that she obtained through physical abuse. So you can see it in the middle portion on the right side of your screen. That's that paragraph that describes why they're charged with the homicide by child abuse charge. This is the mother's warrant. And again, right in the middle, it says that this was homicide by child abuse for an injury that was obtained by from physical abuse. It says this information was obtained by the defendant's confession and the co-defendant's confession. So mother and father's confession to this information is how they obtained this warrant for physical abuse that led to the death of Javea Harris. That's what investigators believe. That's what this warrant says, word for word. And then on the...
Okay, guys, so I'm going to read it to you guys all really quick. So just bear with me on it. And I did try to zoom in. Sometimes it kind of distorts it a little bit, but I put a filter on here, so I bolded it up a little bit for us. And so feel free to grab that if you want to grab it for videos or whatever. So it says, I further state that there is probable cause to believe that, and this is the warrant, I further state that there is probable cause to believe that the defendant named above did commit the crime set forth, and that probable cause is based on the following facts. Upon information and belief that the defendant, Michelle, sorry, I don't know how to say it, and I really would rather not give them the clout, Herring, the mother of Javea Harris, 4 years of age, caused the death of Javea, who is under the age of 11. She's 4. When committing child abuse or neglect, and the death occurs under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to human life, by not seeking medical attention for Javea after knowing that Javea suffered injury, which was obtained by physical abuse. The information was obtained by the defendant's confession and the co-defendant's confession. The defendant lives in the home at 39 Hillsborough Street, Aiken, South Carolina, in the county of Aiken, with Javea. This happened between May 1st and June 15th of 2026, being in violation of South Carolina Statute 16385 of the Code of Laws as amended, right? Aiken County, Aiken, South Carolina, 420 Hampton Avenue Northeast, right? Is the details there. So this tells us that both parents were involved, right? Both parents were involved. And make no mistake about it, there is a lot of things that are being said again on social media, but I'm not here to tell the parent's story. I'm here to tell Javea's story. And little Miss Sharon, that is so true. Autistic children shine with supporting adults, right? They just do. And if we're following Sebastian's case, it's really a good idea to understand where Sebastian is on the spectrum. And that goes for any of these children, right? Because they all have a different reality when it comes to the diagnosis, right? There's different things, they're different levels. Their parents are different, right? Everybody has different ways of parenting. I'm not here to knock anybody's parenting, but I think the supporting adults thing is very true. Very, very true. Jenny, I meant acted like fools. Yeah. Yeah, they just walk and and they're rude as hell. Hi, I'm like saying hello to them and stuff like that, and they're just, they'll snub you. So good night, Choochie. I wasn't there, I just watched it on the live stream. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that we were streaming, you know what I mean? Very glad, because people need to see that. Because anybody that was like, oh, well, that's silly for you guys to go there and do that, it's not going to do anything. Well, it did a whole hell of a lot. It really did. And also it showed us their true colors now, didn't it? We brought them demons right out after the prayer and the cake, buddy. They were coming out to attack. So thank you, Witchy Mama. So super smug, Jenny. And like, that's the thing. I'm a friendly person. I'm a nice person. I don't hold it against all these individual officers for the shit job that Sumner County is doing collectively, or what their sheriff has said in the past, or how they act on the regular. But I think it's important. I think it's very, very important that people know exactly what's going on here. Right? And when we see that guy come out of himself and nothing was done to him, he wasn't reprimanded, the news ran away like I said, a bunch of little panty wastes. Well, I'm not scared. All right.
Filing a false police report, it's pretty standard. It says that the mother reported to Aiken County Sheriff's Office that her daughter was missing and or abducted by another person. This was determined to be false. Now, a search of the area and interviews revealed that she had not been abducted. Mishaila admitted that she had disposed of Javea's body at another location. So that is also new information that we're learning.
All right, guys. And again, we're hearing that Javea's body was disposed of at another location and that her mother was taking responsibility for that. So that's a huge piece to this puzzle, right? Because again, a lot of us were wondering because Dad was looking very rough and angry in his mugshot. We all kind of were speculating on that, but not so fast, because it does appear that her mother had just as much, if not more, if not she was the one who abused her so severely and then did not seek out medical attention. So we can't let mom off the hook, right? We can't even say, and I wouldn't anyway. I wouldn't anyway, because in my opinion, you stand in front of a bullet for your child. A fist is much less than a bullet. In my opinion, it doesn't give her any kind of free pass. But it is a, what is it, what they call in the court, mitigating circumstance or factor or whatever. So yeah, I mean, we can consider it, and I would consider it if that was the case, but it's not.
Here today that they had disposed of Javea, gotten rid of her in a different area outside of Aiken County. Now I want to go to the father's warrant. I don't know if we have all three, but we'll leave this one up because they're pretty similar. But this the father's is also interesting to read. The warrant, it is page 3. It's the last one, if you want to pull that. Okay, here we go. This is the father's warrant. So this is interesting too because it says the same thing as the mother for homicide by child abuse, but it says that this was obtained because the victim suffered something that's blocked out, which was obtained from physical abuse by the victim's mother. So it seems like, from the warrants, it seems like there was an injury that Javea had gotten that was caused by abuse from the mother. And the father is also charged with that too. So the warrants for the mother also.
And, it could have been, I know, little Miss Sharon. And it could have been blunt force trauma to the head, right? It could have been something like that, because if we think of the reasons why, right? Or she could have been strangled. In my opinion, that would be another way that somebody could physically end someone else's life, right? So the father, I say that lightly, right? This is his warrant. His daughter, right, 4 years old, he's the one, and it says the father of Javea Harris, 4 years of age, caused the death of Javea, who is under the age of 11, while committing child abuse or neglect, and the death occurs under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to human life by not seeking medical attention for the victim after knowing the circumstances. After knowing the victim suffered, redacted, which was obtained from physical abuse by the victim's mother, right? So they're saying that he too caused her untimely passing because he did not report this injury that was given to her by her mother. This information was obtained by the defendant's confession and the co-defendant's confession, because I'd imagine that they took them in different rooms. Now, again, going back to Chris and Katie Proudfoot, going back to Sebastian Rogers, why were they not put in separate rooms and taken to the police station for questioning? Why not? Why were they treated with quote unquote kid gloves? Why were they treated like they weren't criminals? Why was Sumner County Sheriff's Office trying to garner sympathy on their behalf? Makes no sense to me, because I was sympathizing and worrying about Sebastian. And they were too busy worried about how Chris and Katie were feeling. It's despicable. And they should be in trouble for what they've done here. They botched the hell out of this investigation. This information was obtained by their confessions. The defendant lives in the house at 39 Hillsborough Street, Aiken, South Carolina. And I showed you guys that residence yesterday in the county of Aiken with the victim. This happened between May 1st and June 15th, right? So they still haven't pinpointed the time. Like they have it between a month and a half of 2026. So May 1st to June 15th of 2026 being in violation with South Carolina statute, same everything, except for it looks like her mother took the fall, or she was the one who engaged in that. Hey, Seth, good to see you. So this is the facts here, right? So all the other stuff that we see on Facebook, guys, I would really urge people to pay attention to these words right here, right? I get it. Everybody's upset. I get that the family members don't want their family under, in the hot seat, under the wire. I get it. I think there's a lot of love from other people in this family. But again, it's about Javea and about what happened to her. I don't feel sorry for these parents, not one teeny little bit. Not one teeny bit. Hey, Tam.
Also say that for the false police report saying that she disposed of Javea's body at another location, and we obviously know that is outside Aiken County. We've been up in the Chester County area where SLED's helicopter has been up there. There's been a large law enforcement presence. There's also been a public boat ramp out there that has been blocked off for the entire weekend since we learned that the parents were charged. So obviously there's been so many people asking about the 911 call. We have that 911 call. We want to play that for you live. This is unedited. You guys are hearing this for the very first time. I haven't even listened to the full thing yet.
Aiken County 911, where's your emergency?
Ma'am, I'm at 39 Hillsborough Street. I can't find my baby.
39 Hillsborough Street?
Yes, ma'am. She was outside playing, and I came out here after cooking dinner a little bit, and I'm looking for her, but I don't see her nowhere.
All right, how old is this baby?
She's 4.
All right, what was she wearing?
She had on pink Minnie Mouse pajamas, and she had me in pink beads. She had braids.
Is she black, white, or Hispanic?
She's mixed.
Okay, how long ago did you see her, ma'am? When was the last time you saw her?
I just came out here like no less than 20 or 30 minutes ago. I went in the house to cook dinner, and I told her it's time to come in once it starts getting dark. And when I came out here,
Okay, just take a breath for me, okay? I already have them on the way to you, okay? Do you know where she might be heading? Okay, you have any family or friends that live around the area?
No, but she usually try to chase our chickens to catch them, and I've been looking through the woods to try to see if I see her, but I don't see her nowhere.
What's your name?
Okay, guys, and I might have bought this if I didn't, see the warrant. I might have thought, okay, maybe she's very worried. She's feigning the fact that she's worried, but she knows exactly where her daughter is, right? And then we hear her tooting her own horn essentially and being, oh, I'm a good mom. I'm in there. I'm taking care of, my daughter. I'm also I'm also about to pop, right? I'm super pregnant. She says 39 weeks pregnant, right? So she says, I'm very pregnant, right? And I can't keep an eye on her all the time, right? But she's pretending like she's just this great mother that's making dinner and watching the baby play outside and da 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 da. Well, it's too late for her to be playing outside for one. But because that was my first red flag. I went back and listened to a little bit of the coverage on the first day on June 30th when we talked about this, thanks to the Real Me Too. And I'm like, I'm sitting there going, why is she playing outside at this hour, right? Why is she in the chicken coop? Why is she doing this? Why is she doing that? And it's so fake, Kiki. I'm like going, what's the deal here? What is the deal here? You know, I mean, she was trying to act, right? Yeah, she was trying to act. And, you know, it does sound like, it reminds me of Katie, though, like the thing where they go like this. Oh my God. I mean, I could do that too. I ain't shedding a tear back here. I guarantee it. You know, it's just so. Oh my God. No, Holly. And I've only had one pregnancy and one daughter. That's it. So I don't know what it's like to have a little kid and be pregnant at the same time. I do not. However, my big ass wasn't doing shit when I was pregnant. Not like that anyway. And I would never imagine doing something like that, right? No, and not in May and June, and it's hot out. Because again, they still don't have that pinpointed. But you know, she's steady lying her ass off over here.
My name is Micheline Harry.
What's her name?
There, it's like Michelle or Michelle.
Harris.
Harris? I couldn't hear the first name.
That's a lie. Your name is not Harris, ma'am. Ma'am, you are not married to this man on the screen. You a baby mama. You are not married to this man. Your name is not Harris. And that's what made it so confusing, too. We were trying to find you and trying to figure out what the hell, if you had any priors or not, or what was going on with you. So no, ma'am, your last name is not Harris. It is not. Quit lying.
Javea is spelled Javeayaah. And I wasn't out here. I'm 39 weeks pregnant. I can't keep up with her like that.
Okay. And what? Anybody else out there with her? Like that was out there with her? Any friends, kids playing with her?
The way our yard is set up, it's nothing but the dogs and the chickens right here in the back.
All right. Does she have any health issues? Any mental issues? Anything like that?
They suspect that she was autistic, but she just now turned 4, so they don't have no diagnosis all the way.
They suspected, so I'm guessing she's talking about the pediatrician. Guys, if you don't have a pediatrician for your child, get one. You know what I'm saying? I get it. People are, well, I don't have health insurance. I don't have this. There's a lot of money, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but you need to take care of your kids. You need to figure it out. Because this is ridiculous. Who is they exactly? And when was she going to be tested for it? And why would you tell them that if it wasn't true? Because that was my first red flag for you, ma'am. And I'm going to show you guys what I was seeing that first day. I got a screenshot of it too. That was not correct. And you telling people that she's autistic, yet she doesn't have a diagnosis. You need a diagnosis to claim that your children have some sort of ailment or, you know, any type of medical issue. It's crazy. It's crazy. I just can't. And I don't understand it. One bit. What the hell? You know, well, she's autistic. No, you say she's autistic in the same breath you said she doesn't have a diagnosis.
Okay.
So you lied about being married. You lied about your child having autism. What else are you going to lie about, ma'am? Yeah, you lied first off because she's missing.
Very smart, though. She don't seem autistic.
Does she talk?
Yeah. She can carry a full conversation.
And this is where the confusion comes in. And this is why these calls are so valuable. Because the lady on the line is going, okay, some autistic children are nonverbal. So she says, can she talk? You know? Can she talk? And then she's like, yes, you dumb, you know, like she's almost like, you idiot. I can hear it in your voice, ma'am. You're not getting anything past me here. I can hear it in your voice that you're like confusing the 911 operator just to sit there and act like she's the stupid one. But you're the one that's lying.
Okay, you didn't see any vehicles before you went inside or anything like that?
No, but what worries me is these crackheads that walk in his house behind the house. I don't know.
Oh, the crackheads are your biggest fear. The crackheads are worrisome to you. I'm sorry, but you're gonna need to try again.
I've always felt weird about them, and I don't know.
That's a lie.
Hello?
I'm still here, ma'am. Give me just a second.
My call might be breaking up because of where we at.
Okay. What's a good callback number for you, ma'am?
Ma'am, I don't have one. My phone is not on, but I can still call 911.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Wow. So that sounded pretty staged to me. That's a big indication, in my opinion. What that tells me is that this is a manufactured story where you guys already came up with what you were going to say, and your phone doesn't work, and you're explaining to the operator how you could still call 911 without a call, without your phone being on. Now, if you were just out there watching your daughter play with the chickens and the dogs, the puppies. Good night, mama. Good night, puppies. They're just playing. Sounds like Summer. Sounds like Sebastian. And you're just mother of the year watching the kids playing. And then you go in there to cook supper. And they just go poof. Tell me how you would be thinking about 911 prior to that happening. Because prior to that happening, they were just playing. I mean, this is just so transparent. Yeah, exactly. You need to have a heart to heart with the SWAT. Tam. Oh my goodness. I know. I don't understand. She's definitely putting on a show and then blaming the crackheads in the neighborhood. That's not fair. I'm gonna stick up for crackheads today. Good Lord. Never imagined. But really, come on now. That is such a bullshit story. Hey, Bluegrass Meadows. They're always trying to make it seem so wholesome. Yeah, they do. Oh, they were just out there playing. They were just out there, planting flowers, right? But it's like not a time to plant flowers. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, Candace.
Okay, I'm on the way to you. Just to confirm, where was she in the house when you saw her last?
No, she wasn't in the house, ma'am. She been playing outside today. And
Okay.
She was playing outside the whole fucking day? So what'd you do? Give her breakfast and she never came back? She just played outside all day? What about lunch? Did you feed her lunch? Did that baby get anything to eat that day? Or was she just outside playing in the chicken coop?
she asked me, can she play for a little bit more before it got dark? And I said yes. And I literally, her bath water is in the tub, ran, and dinner is cooking, and I came out here to get her, and I can't even find her.
Okay, is there a certain place she likes to play outside?
Usually in the chicken coop, and that's usually where I find her every day. And I just looked in here, and she's not in here.
Okay. Is there any...
She plays outside every day in the chicken coop, yet a lot of the neighbors, I won't say all of them, but the majority of them said they never saw her outside playing ever. But she plays out there every day, huh?
bodies of water nearby?
I don't know, ma'am. Me and my husband just now purchasing this house. I don't know about this area much, but it's not a good area. I'll tell you that. It's not good.
Okay, you say you searched the woods. Is that behind your house?
Yes, it's like a pathway right behind my house. And we usually take the dog sometimes in the woods to just let them run. And she'll come, so I know she knows about the woods. And but I look down the same pathway that we walk, and I do not see her.
Okay, and you said...
I wonder what time this call came in. Because I wonder how long it took them from quote-unquote 8:30 when they last saw her playing outside to when they decided to make the call, because I wonder if she even had time to go out into the woods and do all this fairy story that she's talking about. Makes no damn sense to me whatsoever. I want to know what time this call came in. I also want to know when the last time that little girl was seen. I'm imagining it was sometime between May and June, May 1st and June 15th.
She was wearing pink Minnie Mouse pajamas. Anything else you may be wearing?
Right. She's wearing she's wearing Minnie Mouse pajamas and playing outside. Excuse me, ma'am, if you're running her bath water, how come you already got her pajamas on? Excuse me, ma'am, if you're letting her play in the chicken coop, do you let her play outside and get all dirty and then get in her bed? I don't think you do. And if you do, you're not doing it right. And what are you going to do? What did you not change her out of her PJs from the night before? What is happening right now? Because this is a bunch of bullshit. And no, no, and no. I mean, well, they poop. Thank you, Kiki. I mean, chicken poop makes me think of chicken coop. Chicken coop makes me think of chicken poop. Is what makes me feel and think. Right? Because they're dirty. They got fleas and stuff too. I mean, I'm not saying your chickens are dirty. I'm saying chickens in general. You know, but she's out there. Thank you, Tam. But she's out there in her PJs. You didn't change her out of her PJs, or she's still wearing those same PJs that she had on all day, and you let her go outside in her PJs, and now you're going to give her a bath and put her in fresh PJs, or what's happening? You know? Because yeah, that's. I mean, she's out there playing with them chickens, and she never comes in to wash her hands and eat lunch or get a snack or a popsicle or nothing. It's summer. She said that she had PJs and she had her bath water ready. Yeah, then why was she already in her pajamas playing in the chicken coop and the poop, right? Yes, what an effing liar, Detroit. I'm saying that's crazy. It's not a good area, ma'am. Why is it? Well, if she knows there's crackheads, okay, witchy mama, boom. Also, if you know that there's questionable characters around, and I'm not even going to say crackhead because, you know, people have addiction issues. I understand that. Whatever. That's not the topic tonight. But if you know that there's questionable people and you don't like the looks of them and you're worried they might be on drugs, then why are you allowing for your baby to be out there unattended? Even so, you know, I know my PTSD. It's like you can't even let them get off the bus nowadays. You got to watch them like a damn hawk. And I think it's always been that way. You know, flies. Okay. Yeah. And the flies, ew. I would imagine it would be like if they were playing near like a litter box and stuff, right? Cause like the litter and stuff, they can get, what is it called? Toxoplasmosis. And you know, I mean, it's like, that mom is full of chicken coop. That mom is full of chicken poop. Oh, my PTSD. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I know, Kiki. I'm just saying, you know, because I know that some people will take care of their animals better than others, but we also heard that the father was, you know, involved. Now, I don't know this for a fact, so I have to say allegedly, in my opinion, from what I've heard around, which could be false, that he was engaging in animal fighting. Was he also engaging in cockfighting? Because that's also a thing. For any of my people out there that understand that there's a dark underbelly with animal abuse.
Her bees are pink.
Beats are pink.
Yeah, she's got braids. I mean, I don't know if she got on Crocs or with shoes, because she just puts on play shoes, but I don't, ma'am, it's not no way that she could have got far.
All right.
Wow, there's no way that she could have got far, huh? No way that she could have got far, but you know where she is, and you know that she's not even in the same county as you, according to your confession.
Do you have any neighbors around the area that you're familiar with she might be going to?
No, we don't talk to none of these people. None of these people, because they all mostly do drugs. I don't associate myself with that.
Oh, you don't? I heard. Look, guys. Mary Jane is still a drug. I know that it's legal and medical and different. I mean, but the fact that it's medical in most places tells you that that is a drug. So, ma'am, did you or did you not have Mary Jane in your system while you're pregnant? Not a good idea. Okay, not a good idea. I'm not here to judge, right? But not a good idea. But you're sitting there judging all these other people and saying how horrible, and you don't associate, but yet again, there's drugs found in your system, ma'am, allegedly, in my opinion. Hey, Poppy Love. No.
Check with neighbors to see if they have seen her.
No, ma'am. I'm literally, like, I called you like 10 minutes after I stepped outside. The cops are pulling up right now.
All right, go ahead and talk to them, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, no problem.
So there you heard the full 911 call from the mother of Javea Harris the night that she says Javea went missing, which we know is not true. That story was completely fabricated and was not true according to arrest warrants and according to law enforcement as well. So you hear that worry in her voice. You hear the story. She said that Javea was out front and was out front playing in the chicken coop, wanted to play with the chickens. She was inside cooking dinner.
And then in the beginning of that 911 call, she goes, "Hey, how you doing?" Who the fuck asked the 911 operator how you doing? I don't give a shit how that lady's doing. I got an emergency here. Good Lord, enjoy prison B. Right? Oh, there's going to be a lot of stuff that's happening. That's going to be happening in the prison to these two. I can guarantee you that, unless they protect their asses like they do usually, you know. How is she heavily pregnant and just moved and knows all about the area? Good question, little Miss Sharon. Exactly. And how do you know? I mean, I know that, like, there's certain drugs where you can tell, like, what the tendencies are by, you know, some of the behaviors you can see. That somebody might, you know, like if they're real up, then they're probably a mathematician. If they're real low down, they might be on the H, you know, or the F. So, I mean, you know, but unbelievable. No, you know, justice for the crackheads. Holly, I'm calling for justice for these poor crackheads. They didn't do this. This is not right. These people need justice. I'm telling you what. Goodness sakes. And yeah, how would you even know that unless you were like, you know, unless there was like a community block party or something like that, which, I mean, we used to have those back in the day. The block parties were a big thing, right? Everybody would get together, you get to know your neighbors and stuff like that. So, free tweakers. Tweak on, tweakers. Oh my goodness. Like Alex Murdaugh, he was the same. Yes, exactly. You could kind of tell, right? Well, and also, you know, the skin, some people get real skinny. I mean, there's some mannerisms that, you know, they might get real gaunt, you know, stuff like that.
She's 39 weeks pregnant, can't keep up with Javea, and she wanted her to come inside, but she says that Javea asked to stay outside and continue playing, but again...
Right, but again, in that circumstance, you say, no, honey, you know, you've been playing long enough outside, I'm gonna need you to come in because, you know, because of that's a good time to introduce stranger danger if you have not already, right? You should say, honey, there, you know, at nighttime it's scary, right? You don't want to be out here playing in the dark, right? Come on in, let's get you ready, let's get you wound down. I get maybe she wasn't in preschool and stuff like that. I'm not judging again, but it's time to wind down at 8:30, and dinner is not at 8:30. Right? Dinner's at like 6:30, 7 o'clock, right? I mean, come on. It just, none of it adds up. Because you shouldn't still be cooking dinner at 8 o'clock. And she didn't even say she was done cooking dinner, I don't think. So the whole thing is, you know, stinks to high heaven.
We know that call is not true. And what she said in there is not what happened. And it's hard to listen to because you can hear that worry in her voice. You can hear that story. And that's what all of us were told all last week up until Saturday when we heard that none of that had actually happened. So it is interesting to hear that full 911 call and what actually happened. She also said that the father is her husband, but when I spoke to the father, said that that was his girlfriend. So some more information with that. And again, said she was outside playing in the chicken coop. Mentioned some people who walk around the neighborhood. She was concerned that maybe someone had taken her daughter. She said Javea had just turned 4 years old. That's when the 911 dispatcher had asked about if she was autistic, had any problems, and she said they hadn't been tested, but she had just turned 4 years old, was very smart, can hold a conversation, was very nice too. So there you go. That's the entire 911 call that we just received.
Right, because they're kind of trying to make it seem like, that she would wander, golly, that she would wander off, right? Or that she may be unaware of the dangers of talking to a stranger, and that she's very friendly and nice, and she may have just gone off with someone willingly. They were setting that up, right? They were blaming everybody, but the whole time they knew what they did to her, and they knew where she was or where she is.
We do have the warrants posted on our website, wrdw.com. If you want to go check those out, we can pull those back up for people who are just now joining us. Let me turn these over. Okay, here you
go. Okay, guys, and I tried to zoom into this one. I'm going to try to get a better look at this, but it just basically tells us her last name is Herring. It's not Harris, right? And don't try to tell me that you made a mistake, because I know you were damn well trying to tell everybody that you was married to that guy, and you're not.
Yeah, they're up on your screen now too. We'll zoom in so you guys can see this. So the new information in the warrants that we received is that this is the homicide by child abuse charge. So in the warrants, you can see that they committed child abuse or neglect according to the warrants, and the death occurs under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to human life by not seeking medical attention for Javea after knowing that Javea suffered injury which was obtained from physical abuse. Now, this information was obtained by the defendant's confession and the co-defendant's confession, so they learned this from the parents. That's how they were able to find this out. And we know from the filing a false police report warrant as well that the mother had said that Javea had been abducted, and they later learned through interviews that she had not been abducted, that she admitted that she had disposed of Javea's body at another location. And that's how we know it's outside of Aiken County, because the sheriff's office is currently searching in another area, which we believe is Chester County, where its helicopter has been in the air the past couple of days. They've had drones up there. DNR's been up there, and law enforcement has had a public boat area blocked off. Your Meredith Anderson is up there today trying to get more information with that. So that's the 911 call and the warrants that we have now learned about today, which is a huge update in this case for Javea, and the search still continues. It's really interesting too, because again, the sheriff telling us on Saturday at his press conference that Javea has been deceased for about a month at least, and had been gone for a month. So hearing this story that the mother had told dispatchers about Javea and what we know now, it's incredibly shocking to hear. And we also spoke to the father on Thursday last week. I had the chance to interview him over the phone about all of this, and he gave us an entire story. And if you're unfamiliar with that story, he told me that Javea wanted some candy, maybe some cookies, and so he went to several different stores. He said 3 or 4 stores. He went looking. He was going to go get some Mad Dogs and some Black and Milds, and had gone and gotten gas, and then ended up back at a laundromat. And that's when he saw law enforcement going through town, and he was worried because you heard Michelle say that she was 39 weeks pregnant. He knew his girlfriend was pregnant, and he was worried that maybe she had an emergency and went into labor. And he rushed home and saw law enforcement there. He had no idea what was happening. He said his girlfriend didn't have cell service to call him, but she was able to call 911, of course. Your phone does allow you to do that. You heard her say she has poor cell service in that 911 call. So
Staged, in my opinion, rehearsed and regurgitated.
Investigators wouldn't let him in the house, wouldn't let them near anything. And I asked him, I'm like, do you know what happened? Do you have any idea what happened to her? And he told me, no, sir, I don't. And that was all in the interview I did with him on the phone. And yeah, we can play that call here. I was supposed to do a follow-up interview with him later that day on Thursday at around 3 p.m. And I called him at our meeting location and told him who I was.
All right, guys, they're going to cut him off right now. They're going to cut him off. I wish they didn't do it.
Again, and we'll play that call for you.
Damn. Right? But he's trying to say that he ducked out of the interview, right? Like Thursday they were supposed to meet face to face, but then they didn't. Yeah, mad dogs plural. Exactly, Holly. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. If he ends up getting out of this, he'll scream. I know. Well, that's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if she's taking the whole fall for things or what. And I agree, Seth. It does. It's like I understand that people don't understand, but I get tired too. Seth says I'm so tired of people thinking that children with autism are incapable of doing normal things. I mean, they what's amazing to me is that children on the spectrum and individuals on the spectrum can do a lot of things that, quote unquote, people that aren't on the spectrum can't, right? Or normal people. I don't know what the hell normal is, but I mean, I know what you're saying. And yeah, I mean, I just wish people would be a little bit more aware of what they're dealing with. I think it's important too, because again, we see these parents, because I see you guys in the comments too, like where people are just reporting their kids missing and saying they're autistic, and then it's like, well, they're autistic. Okay, well, what makes you think that, right? And then also it raises a lot of questions because it's a spectrum disorder, because there's not just like one size fits all. It's not like, hey, I have a broken foot, right? A broken foot is a broken foot. It's not a spectrum. It's a broken foot, right? I mean, there's a specific location. You might have one toe broken. You might have, you know what I'm saying. But with autism spectrum disorder, it creates a lot of confusion, and I think it's on purpose. Cold 45 double malts. I went up there to get a couple OEs, and oh my gosh, unbelievable. It's like Candace and Grandis. Yeah, like they gave Summer, right? They're always doing something cute and sweet for him, like getting him candy, getting him cookies. Yeah, my butt, Oh my gosh. Some zigzags. Seth.
We can play it.
And my daughter was outside playing. My girl was out there watching her. And she was in and out of the house. I say that. And I was going to get up to wash the clothes.
All right. So he's saying, here's our little comparison here. So mom was saying that she was outside playing all day. Dad is now saying she was outside playing, but she was inside on and off, right? But we know this is all a lie, of course.
Yeah, what else can I say? I left the house around six, like late six, maybe like early seven.
Okay, so he left the house at late 6, early 7. What does that mean? Right, 6 o'clock, about 6 o'clock to 7. Okay, so here we go.
It was probably around like 6, and I got back to the house maybe around 7:15 because
So he left at 6, got back at 7:15.
My girl and my daughter said they wanted some candy. Like she wanted.
So he says that they wanted candy.
Some suckers, and she wanted cookies.
And cookies.
And I had went to like three stores maybe in between those times to go get gas.
And he went to 3 stores in between those times to get gas, Mad Dogs, and Black and Milds.
Yes, Black and Milds, and I got some drinks, like some little Mad Dogs and stuff like that. And,
some little Mad Dogs. All right. So this is the one that we were talking about last night. I think this could be the alleged location, right? Oh, Miss Sharon, that's a good point. that Candace said that she didn't have cell service to ring 911. But, you can call. That's one thing that's always enabled. Like, even if your phone's completely shut off or you don't have minutes, like, on your phone, so to speak, you could always dial 911 out. Yeah, I forgot about that, little Miss Sharon. Great catch. Yeah, absolutely. So I think this is it, right? Because Soap and Suds on Rutland Drive is at 118 Rutland Drive. It's a 24/7 self-serve facility, right? Which a lot of them are. Some of them have the places that'll wash and fold for you, which I desperately need. But it's just 3 to 4 kilometers, about 5-minute drive northwest of the area. It features washers, dryers, and has a self-service dog wash station. So, of course, this could all be a ruse, but I think this could be where it's at. And then here's Ultimate Laundromat, right here. Here's a picture of it.
I left and I went back to dry the clothes because I was washing them.
And this is the Circle K, and he's going to talk about how he goes back to dry the clothes to change them over, and it's the one near a Circle K, and this was the closest one to a Circle K.
I was sitting there for a little minute, and I ended up going to another store. Like, these 3 stores that I'm saying, like, I sold the 3 stores already, but I went to a store last. Gotcha. And I was back at the washing machine that was right beside the Circle K. And then
Right. So, I mean, I don't understand why you had to go all these different places also, because they have cookies, candy, Black and Milds, Mad Dogs, gas, all at one station, right? I mean, I don't know if there was a specific kind. Again, we all know this is a lie, though.
When I was at the Circle K, I was seeing a lot of police and stuff going through, and I was wondering, I was like, a lot of stuff goes on in Aiken to where like, you would be like, okay, that's the police or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. So why would you think that that's suspicious just to see police going to a call? This is where you caught your own ass up, buddy. This is where you caught yourself up, right? Because it wouldn't be odd. Because for me, I'm picturing myself. I'm going to do laundry. My wife and kid is at home. I'm going to get their special treats and myself some treats, right? Arguably, right? But I'm doing laundry. And then I change the wash over and I see cops in the area. It ain't going to make a fuck to me to see the cops in the area. It's not going to make one damn difference to me to see the cops in the area. You just caught yourself up, sir. Good job. Way to go.
But I didn't know that it was my house. Because my girlfriend, at the time, she didn't have service. She didn't have service on her phone, so she couldn't call me to let me know anything that was going on. So she just ended up calling 911. So when I came back to the house, before I got on my road, I seen a police truck with a drone out, and then that's when I started speeding up because I was like, it's something going down like close to my house. When I got turned on my road, I seen a whole bunch of police like right at my house. So that's when I hurried up and I got to the house and I was like, what's going on? I thought my girlfriend was in labor because she was supposed to have a baby. You know what I'm saying? Soon. So she ended up having a child that same night on July 1st. But she came up crying to me saying my Javea missing. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I kind of freaked out. And the detectives was telling me I couldn't go look and stuff like that because they didn't want me to mess up the area or whatever. But that's basically what happened up until all of this came about.
Okay.
Well, they didn't want to let you look, sir, because I'm sure they already knew your number and they probably didn't want you going out there to do anything because they didn't want to have to keep an eye on you while they're looking for this little girl, right? So they want to keep you where they know where you're at. That's another common misconception with some of these people out there that can't put 2 and 2 together. And Detroit, you're spot on. But he wasn't there. He was doing laundry and going to buy the kids' candy, but realized he would be on camera, so he had to cover his ass. Exactly. And I think he was building the alibi too, so he can come home. Oh, I had no idea. I had no idea what was going on. Oh, she tells me Javea is missing. I didn't know. Yeah, bullshit, you knew. You've been knowing. For how long?
Is she known to run away? Like, has there been past issues with that with her? Is she known to do that?
No, she does not run away, but I will say that she is friendly. Like, she's friendly, but like she doesn't like, it's not a stranger danger thing with her. It's not like get away from me. Like, she didn't get that. She didn't understand it. She was just all friendly to everybody. She was very respectful. Like, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, yes, sir, no, sir. Like, that's what she do. We raised her great. Like, she was a real smart kid. That's why, like, they had me kind of, like, messed up. Because they were saying that she was not, like, she's non-verbal and that. Like, yeah, she was that sense. She's autistic and, like, that was, like, the media was like, messing. I don't want to cuss, but that was messing my head up a little bit because they don't even.
Your wife is the one that told them that, though. Your wife is the one that told them that. So don't get messed up with the media. Get messed up with, with your girlfriend.
To have a good description of my child to try to describe her.
What's a good? Is she autistic or is she on the spectrum at all? Is that true?
She was on the spectrum when she was born, but
she was on the spectrum when she was born. They don't test for autism when a child's first born. They do an APGAR test. They do reflex testing and making sure that the child can, or excuse me, the little baby can grip, and their little toes, they curl over. Those are the things that they test right off the bat, but they don't test for autism right off the bat. And little Miss Sharon, thank you so much for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. And Kiki, welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Yay, Kiki, that's so awesome. And I just put a fresh link in for Discord, so definitely come on in and join the party and join the party in Discord. Whoop, whoop. All right, yay, that's awesome. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. So, again, guys, he's over there telling a fairy story.
They said that she couldn't be tested until she was 4 years old.
Okay, so it's on. You guys just don't know.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Exactly. We never got her tested, and she's never given us signs that she is, autistic. She talks good. She's like.
So why would you say that she was born autistic? So that's weird. Again, he's like tripping over his words, but again, she might be sitting over there like, I told him she's autistic. We don't know where the mother is at this point. Seth says that they can even do DNA tests to see if your child is missing any. Right, like the chromosomes and things like that. Yeah, they can. I agree with that, right? Or if there's extra chromosome, right? Like our friends who I love Trishy. Trishy says our homies with the extra chromie. And those are children who have an extra chromosome, right? And that would cause them to have Down syndrome. So there are homies with the extra chromie.
Very she's talking better than me. She got more respect than me.
Understood. So you guys had no idea what could have happened to her.
I have no clue. Sir. I don't like. It's really wild, but I gave all of these detectives this information about people snooping around the house lately. It's like since I've started work, like from Friday, Thursday really, but from Friday to Monday, I had to work. I was working night shifts, and every time I left, my girl would when she would tell me it's been people doing this, and then the third around the house they've been called, they be on the phone with people around the house just talking and walking real slow and things like that. And
okay, so he's perpetuating the story, right, that his wife did about people just walking past the house really slowly. And and little Miss Sharon, Down syndrome, there's physical characteristics that are involved with that too. Not like autism. And I think again, they're setting it up to where there's a lot of shady characters in our neighborhood, even though they know damn well what they've done. Right. And then he talks about how he works overnights. So hopefully we can get a good read on that, even though he's only worked for a week, he said, at his court date. So, oh my gosh, I know. That's a good point, Seth. Yeah, I don't understand why they call it Down syndrome when they are more positive than most people. Yeah, I think it was probably the person who came forward with the diagnosis, or uh, like Munchausen. You know what I mean? Like that was the person who came up with that disorder, and so they called it Munchausen. That's my best guess, though. I don't know without googling it, but yeah. Oh my gosh. People who have Down syndrome are absolutely delightful to be around, in my opinion, too. I know what you're saying. The mad dogs are getting to his head. Oh my goodness, right? That and him smoking, whatever he's smoking.
I've been telling them that, but
How are you doing through all of this?
I mean, I didn't got.
It's okay.
I didn't got a little bit of it out, but it's like not knowing is killing me.
Oh, you done got a little bit of it out, huh? You got a little bit of it out. Where? Are you like Katie? You like Katie Proudfoot, that you've been crying for so long that you're done crying about it, or what? That was all right. Well, we'll just take your word for it. Oh, there you go, Seth. Yeah, there you go. Down syndrome is a name after John Langdon Down, the British physician who first formally described and categorized the condition's characteristic physical traits in 1866. Wow, I didn't know that we knew about Down syndrome since 1866. That is very interesting. Wow. So basically, the physical characteristics and traits were there, but they probably didn't realize that it came from an extra chromosome until later on. Very interesting. Thanks, Seth. I was figuring it was some correlation with that. And Holly S., thank you so much for your super chat. That's so sweet of you. I appreciate you very much. Let me give you a little party here. And thank you. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you. So very interesting what this dad is saying. And compared to what the mother was saying, it's pretty much the same story. I'll just say my opinion there. It's pretty much the same story. But again, we know it was manufactured. We know that it was probably rehearsed. We know that it's probably pretty scripted. Hey, Claudia. And so, yeah, that's why it's similar. And also, he's talking to the media and he's smoothing a lot of shit over.
It's killing me, like, because, like, I mean, you see stuff like this often, but you don't expect it to be you.
And is the mother, is she your wife?
No, she's not my wife. She was my girlfriend.
Okay.
She's not my wife. She was my girlfriend.
How is she doing?
She's still a little tore, but she's making it. She's trying to stay calm because we just, like I said, we just recently had a child. She had to really go in labor early because all the stress that was going down. She had that baby the same night that all of this happened.
So that was my phone interview I did.
Well, lucky for her, she got to get out of some of the trouble she caused herself that night, but the police weren't having it.
With Jamarie Harris, who is Javea's father. I did that on Thursday last week, obviously before we knew that Javea was missing, had been deceased for a month, and was at a location outside Aiken County. So that gives you some perspective of.
And I would like to know what
the family was.
Sorry, I felt bad. I feel bad because I clicked on him, and that wasn't the most flattering picture to have clicked on. So I wonder how Will, that this guy right here, this newsman, reporter, I wonder how he feels talking to a killer and having the killer lie to him through his teeth. I wonder how that feels. Not that I ever want to experience that for myself. I'm just wondering what his thoughts are. I wish they would allow for that, but I'm sure that's a tough thing, and they probably can't. It's not about them, but I can't help but wonder in the back of my mind what must be going through his head, knowing that he spoke with someone who could do this to a little girl, and even if he wasn't the one that caused the abuse or hurt her so badly, he still did not try to assist her or get her medical attention.
Telling us what the parents were telling us had happened to Javea, and the story that they had, that is obviously different too than what the 911 call from the mother showed too, which both of those stories likely not true since she filed a false police report, and his story didn't make much sense either, obviously, since she had been gone for a month. So again, that gives you some perspective of...
Yeah, I agree with that too, Witchy Mama. They do say that usually the second baby will come faster and maybe even a little bit earlier. Sometimes people were telling me that, because I remember people telling me that the first baby is never usually, on the due date. It's like later. And I was like, I'm going to have her early. And my aunts, one of my aunts is a know-it-all, and she kept arguing back and forth with me. Now, obviously I was a young mom. I was 19 when I was pregnant. And she probably thought that I was a moron, which I might have been, might still be. But in the same way, I was arguing back and forth with her because I was like, no, she's going to come early. Like, you don't understand. And she kept fighting back and forth. My daughter's original due date was July 27th, and she was born on the 11th. I was induced on the 10th. But I had preeclampsia and toxemia. And so when I say my big ass, I really mean I was as big as a house because I had preeclampsia. So, I think it's a case by case basis. We never know, right? It's God's timing, not ours. So, but I knew that my daughter was going to be early. And again, that's a couple of weeks, like you're saying, plus or minus. Now, can stress induce labor? For sure. I can't argue that. But I think they were definitely using that, like, oh my gosh, she was so distraught. She just went into preterm labor, but it really wasn't that preterm, which I get it. Hey, Justice Renewed, good to see you. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just so hard to believe anything that comes out of these two's mouth, especially because we know that they're able to just lie freely.
What we were hearing and what we knew before Javea was reported deceased and had been gone for a month. So for those of you just joining us, we did get the full 911 call. We did get warrants for both parents. As you take a look at their mugshots here on the screen. If you missed our coverage yesterday, I know it was a holiday weekend, so both parents were denied bond, but both of them will actually be going to in front of a circuit court judge in South Carolina to have bond set, because the judge yesterday didn't have the authority to set bond for a homicide by child abuse case. That's because in South Carolina, a circuit court judge has to do that because the charge has to do with life in prison or a death penalty. So only a circuit court judge can set bond for charges like that. So that'll happen in the next 30 days for both of them. So that'll be something we're continuing to follow. But they are currently behind bars. They have been denied bond by the initial judge in this case as we wait to get more answers as the search for Javea continues.
Aiken County 911, where's your emergency?
Man, I'm at 39 Hillsborough Street. I can't find my baby.
39.
Okay, guys, and again, I just want to play this, and I'm not going to commentate throughout it, but I just want you to, we have it fresh in our minds what the father says. I want to have it fresh in our minds what the mother has said as well.
Hillsborough Street.
Yes, ma'am. She was outside playing, and I came out here after cooking dinner a little bit, and I'm looking for her, but I don't see her nowhere.
All right, how old is this baby?
She's 4.
All right, what was she wearing?
She has on pink Minnie Mouse pajamas, and she had me in pink beads. She had braids.
Is she black, white, or Hispanic?
She's mixed.
Okay, how long ago did you see her, ma'am? When was the last time you saw her?
I just came out here like no less than 20 or 30 minutes ago. I went in the house to cook dinner, and I told her it's time to come in once it starts getting dark. And when I came out here, I just...
Okay, just take a breath from me, okay? I already have them on the way to you, okay? Do you know where she might be heading?
Okay,
you have any family or friends that live around the area?
No, but she usually try to take our chickens to catch them, and I've been looking through the woods to try to see if I see her, but I don't see her nowhere.
What's your name?
My name is Micheline Henry.
What's her name?
Javea Harris.
Harris? I couldn't hear the first name.
Javea is spelled JaveayaH. And I wasn't out here. I'm 39 weeks pregnant. I can't keep up with her like that.
Okay. And what? Anybody else out there with her? Like that was out there with her? Any friends, kids playing with her?
The way our yard is set up, it's nothing but the dogs and the chickens right here at the back.
All right. Does she have any health issues? Any mental issues? Anything like that?
They suspect that she was autistic, but she's just now turning 4, so they don't have no diagnosis all the way.
Okay.
But she's very smart, though. She don't seem autistic.
Does she talk?
Yeah. She can carry a full conversation.
Okay. You didn't see any vehicles before you went inside or anything like that?
No, but what worries me is these crackheads that walk in his house behind the house. I don't know. I've always felt weird about them, and I don't know. Hello?
I'm still here, ma'am. Give me just a second.
My call might be breaking up because of where we at.
Okay. What's a good callback number for you, ma'am?
Ma'am, I don't have one. My phone is not on, but I can still call 911.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Okay, I'm on the way to you. Just to confirm, where was she in the house when you saw her last?
No, she wasn't in the house, ma'am. She been playing outside today. And she asked me, can she play for a little bit more before it got dark, and I said yes. And I literally, her bath water is in the tub, ran, and dinner is cooking, and I came out here to get her, and I can't even find her.
Okay, is there a certain place she likes to play outside?
Usually in the chicken coop, and that's usually where I find her every day. And I just looked in here, and she's not in here.
Okay. Is there any bodies of water nearby?
I don't know, ma'am. Me and my husband just now purchasing this house. I don't know about this area much, but it's not a good area. I'll tell you that. It's not good.
Okay, you say you searched the woods. Is that behind your house?
Yes, it's like a pathway right behind my house. And we usually take the dog sometimes in the woods to just let them run. And she'll come, so I know she knows about the woods. And but I look down the same pathway that we walk, and I do not see her.
Okay, and you said she was wearing pink Minnie Mouse pajamas. Anything else you may be wearing?
Her beads are pink.
Beads are pink?
Yeah, she's got braids. I mean, I don't know if she got on Crocs or with shoes, because she just puts on play shoes, but...
How do you put Crocs on with shoes? I mean, socks, yeah, but because you could wear Crocs without any socks or with socks. But that was weird. And she's not crying. She is not crying. Claudia, I agree. She is not crying. You know, little Miss Sharon, you bring up a very interesting point. Little Miss Sharon says she is young. She would never be without Wi-Fi, in my opinion. And here's the thing. If we are to believe that she worked from home, which we were speculating on that right yesterday, that she possibly has a work from home position, how does she not have Wi-Fi for that purpose, right? I mean, unless she uses her boyfriend's, right? But I mean, you have to have high-speed internet in order to work from home. I know that because I've been looking into it lately. So you have to have that. You know, most of the time they make you have a router, right? That's like hardwired to the. Your computer would be hardwired to a router. in order for you to be able to achieve what you need to get the job done, so to speak. So I think that that is a great point, and that's what makes me wonder about this whole situation too.
No, ma'am, it's not no way that she could have got far.
She's not arguing with you.
Do you have any neighbors around the area that you're familiar with she might be going to?
No, we don't talk to none of these people. None of these people, because they all mostly do drugs. I don't.
You know, and we don't talk to none of these people? What? You mean all the people that came out to show support for your daughter? Okay.
I associate myself with that.
Have you checked with neighbors to see if they have seen her?
No, ma'am.
And my PTSD, I just heard the sirens in the background. I'm going to play that back. When she hears those sirens, she goes, oh, man. Yeah, she's not worried about her daughter. She's worried about her own ass getting caught up.
Talk to none of these people. None of these people, because they all mostly do drugs. I don't associate myself with that.
Have you checked with neighbors to see?
You guys hear that? Woo, woo, woo. Oh, my God. Or, oh, no, whatever it was. And, you know, that reminds me of Chris and Katie when they were doing the Nancy Grace interview, and all of a sudden some, you know, sirens went off in the background, and they both, you know, puckered up their butts. You guys remember that?
If they have seen her?
No, ma'am. I'm literally, like, I called you like 10 minutes after I stepped outside. The cops are pulling up right now.
All right, go ahead and talk to them, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, no problem.
So again, that's a 911 call from Michaela Herring, who is the mother of Javea Harris, the night that she says Javea went missing. Now we know that she...
Okay, so Michaela, and that is a very pretty name. I can't lie. I think that's a beautiful name, but I also don't want to give these too much clout, because God only knows the reason behind why they did this and why they decided to call when they did, or any of that. So this is what we showed when the Real Me Too came in and let us know that this little girl had gone missing, right? So I took a screenshot from my live, and it says search underway for missing 4-year-old child last seen around 8:30 Tuesday evening. Pink Minnie Mouse pajamas and Crocs. Also, her height is 3'6" and 40 pounds is her weight. Says possibly unable to communicate, autistic, nonverbal. Right? So this is what kind of sent up a red flag to me, and I just kind of wanted to show you guys that. They did Tam, even though they were heavily, in my opinion, intoxicated on some substance, because you could totally tell they were practically drooling on each other and themselves. You know, those butts puckered up, and boy, they got alert real quick, didn't they? They sobered up real quick when they heard the woo, woo, woo.
Been missing for at least a month before that and had been deceased for a month before that. A lot of you have pointed out on the warrants that said that the homicide by child abuse charge happened between May 1st and June 15th. So that's when the parents said that that's when law enforcement is saying that this could have happened. So very wide range that they say that the child abuse, the physical abuse to Javea Harris happened was between May 1st and June 15th. But going back to that 911 call, you can hear, I mean, we know that this is not a true story. According to law enforcement, she was charged with filing a false police report. But in that, you can hear her give that story to dispatchers, saying that Javea was outside playing with the chickens in the chicken coop. Had even asked, she said Javea had even asked her if she could continue playing outside while she was inside cooking, ran a bath. She's 39 weeks pregnant, couldn't keep up with her. Javea had just turned 4 years old, very smart, can carry a full conversation. But also, knowing what we know now, the mother saying that Javea was wearing specific clothes, saying she was wearing Minnie Mouse pajamas, was wearing, had pink beads in her hair too, and that saying that she couldn't have gone far. So she had this whole story knowing that Javea had been dead for a month or longer.
Or longer. And, you know, I think it's kind of crazy too, because she's like, The lady didn't even say anything about that. She's asking questions about, like, could she be at a neighbor's? Could she be there? Could she be here? Where does she usually play? You know, that sort of thing. Does she like to go out in the woods by herself at 8:30 at night when it's dark outside? You know, I mean, things like that. And the lady's like, you know, then, excuse me, the mother, she's like, well, she couldn't have gotten very far. Well, she never said that she did. What she's doing is asking you questions about your daughter, which you should know the answers to because you're supposed to know your daughter, ma'am.
Longer at this point. They say they don't talk to neighbors, kept to themselves, had mentioned that there were some questionable people in the area potentially, but we know that Javea was not abducted by anyone according to the warrants here. There was a huge vigil last night in downtown Aiken that I was able to go to, and the community support through all of this has been incredible. There was a flyer that was going around, and no one had knew who orchestrated this event and who put it together or who put that flyer out. So hundreds of people showed up to this candlelight vigil last night at around 7 o'clock, and no one spoke up about who started it, and people just started speaking. Everyone just stood in front of hundreds of people and talked about how they were hurting, how this impacted them, how parents are feeling right now with little children who are having to go through this, and also explain what's happening too. And you could really feel the heartbreak and the community's need for answers with this case. And we're hoping that that will eventually happen when they find Javea. But this gives us a clue as to what exactly happened and how it happened. And hopefully more information comes out. And we can play my story from last night that aired at 11 o'clock. We'll pull that up here in a second. But it was incredible to talk to a lot of people out there last night, and there were so many different candles, and people were showing up with Minnie Mouse balloons. That was one of her favorite things apparently, and everyone wore pink too, which was great to see. And those of you who couldn't leave candles at the vigil in downtown actually went over to the house and put some of those balloons and stuffed animals and candles at the house last night in honor of Javea. We'll go ahead and play that story for you so you can hear what people had to say and what it looked like.
Many here had never heard Javea's name before, but now it's the name behind every candle, every prayer, and every tear. For many here, this was more than a vigil. It was a community trying to process heartbreak.
As a parent and as somebody who has served in this community as a first responder, it is absolutely heartbreaking.
Tabler says the case hit her hard.
I ended up having to call my adult daughter just to hear her voice because it upset me so much.
Throughout the vigil, people held candles, prayed, and offered support to Javea's family as the search for her body continues.
These are candles my twin sister made in honor of Javea.
Those who attended say they wanted the family to know that they are not grieving alone.
We're so very sorry that you all are going through this and that we are praying for you.
For Lisa Evandano, who says she lived near Javea, the pain is personal.
She was a beautiful baby. I think of it if it was my little girl.
She says when Javea was first reported missing near her home, she knew the community had to respond.
When she popped up missing close to my house, I was like, we got to do something.
And tonight, many say that response, neighbors, families, and strangers coming together, is what Aiken needs in this moment.
And I thank God everybody in Aiken County came together and tried to help. And I praise God for that, because that's what we need to do. We all need to come together with one another.
As the investigation continues, the message from this vigil was simple. Javea is remembered, her family is being prayed for, and this community is grieving together.
And seeing that pretty little girl's face, she didn't deserve that. She didn't deserve that.
Several neighbors and...
No, she didn't. And those neighbors do not look like crackheads to me. Last time I checked, crackheads don't become first responders, right? Unbelievable. Unbelievable, in my opinion. And Love Mama Love, I didn't know you was out in Greenville. You know, this just has to be devastating for everybody in the community. Again, I do want to say what an awesome job they've done of honoring little Javea.
And community members who showed up to that vigil last night for Javea Harris. And again, there were hundreds of people up there, and no one knew who started this event. There was a flyer that was going around. We showed that to you on Sunday morning, and they had gotten up there and asked, you know, who started this? Who's hosting that? The police came up to me when I got there and said, do you know who's hosting this? I said, I have no idea, but I know so many people were sharing it, and people showed up to support Javea, and I know that there's a few other vigils that are set, and we'll share that information as soon as we can confirm that as well. But you saw what this has meant to so many people. I mean, they had
And guys, you know, I also want to point out that whenever we see this pointing of the fingers to innocent people, that always needs to be a red flag that's on the forefront of all of our minds. The community members did not do anything to deserve that disparaging comments by the family members, by the mother and father of this little girl. They did not deserve that. You guys are the monsters. Go look in the mirror. Go point in the mirror.
Special candles made for Javea, and it is truly heartbreaking. And to hear that 911 call and know what we know now, and hearing that call and hearing the dad's interview from earlier last week, it is absolutely heartbreaking as law enforcement are still trying to bring Javea home. Know right now that this is Michele's warrant for homicide by child abuse, and you can see that the death occurs under circumstances. Let me pull up the right one. I guess we have it right there. Okay. The death occurs under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to human life by not seeking medical attention for Javea after knowing that Javea suffered injury which was obtained from physical abuse. Now, this information was obtained by the defendant's confession and the co-defendant's confession. So the mother and father's confession is how they got that information about the physical abuse that the warrants say caused the death of Javea Harris. And we know that there is a false police report charge as well. We have that up on your screen now. And the mother had said that Javea went missing and had been abducted, but they later learned through interviews that she was not abducted, and that Michele actually admitted that she had disposed of Javea's body at another location. Again, it doesn't say where that location is, but we know law enforcement is up in Chester County now searching.
Right, and that's how we know, right? That's how we know the location. That's how the police are knowing the location, is because of their statements, because of their confessions. And again, I just hope they're not running them ragged, and I hope that there's some digital evidence and footprints that they could follow in terms of pinpointing where she might be. And again, I'm just hoping and praying that, you know, Splash the Otter could be available and can be of service here, because I think that they absolutely need the extra help. Yes, I do. Justice for Nuke. I can play it back again. Yeah, absolutely. The only crackheads were inside your house, right? The evil people, you know, I mean, you know, some people who have addiction issues, I mean, you know, they're not bad people, right? They have a problem and they need to get help, right? And it's not just automatically just because they have that addiction that they are a bad person, right? But she was playing it off like that, definitely pointing them fingers at others when they should be pointing them at themselves. You know, yes, Justice for Noog, yeah. You know, and we were speculating, a lot of us were like, well, the dad looks pretty rough in his mugshot, and maybe he's a mean guy, you know, maybe he mistreats the mom and maybe she was scared. It appears that that's not the case. I mean, it looks like she was just as involved, in my opinion, from what we're reading.
This is the father's, Jamarie's, warrant for homicide by child abuse, and it says that the victim, which is Javea, suffered an unknown, it's blanked out there, an unknown injury, which is obtained from physical abuse by the victim's mother, by Michele. So that's interesting on his warrants, that said that he's charged with homicide by child abuse, but it was caused by the victim's mother, according to these warrants right now. Again, information was obtained through confession, through his confession, and the co-defendant's confession as well. So that's where things stand today. We do have boots on the ground in Chester County. Your Meredith Anderson is up there right now trying to get more information on that search, trying to get eyes on what's going on. She has seen that the public boat dock is actually blocked off again today. DNR is up there. They have drones in the air. They said that they were going to continue searching until they brought Javea home and that justice is served. That's what the FBI had told us on Saturday when we learned about all of this. We know that the search for Javea is outside Aiken County. It's been in the Great Falls area, which is in Chester, South Carolina. That's in the upstate. So if you're in Augusta, it's past Columbia in the upstate. And
okay, guys, and I want to read this to you guys really quick too. I want to make sure I wasn't muted there. So I'm just going to back it up just a tad here. So it says update. I'm back at the search location in rural part of South Carolina today near the Fairfield Chester County line. This is likely the spot investigators believe little Javea Harris's body could be. Just today, we got a copy of the warrants that say both parents confessed to killing her and mom admitted to disposing of her body. Note, we do not have access to the search area. The Debutary Creek access road is blocked off still, right? And it has been blocked off. No one is allowed in or out except for law enforcement. We are monitoring the area just outside the search area.
Search for Javea is outside Aiken County. It's been in the Great Falls area, which is in Chester, South Carolina. That's in the upstate. So if you're in Augusta.
It says, I was first here Saturday. I found it via public information. Sled's helicopter was focusing on the water here. So I got in the car and drove 2 hours. Some of Javea's family who lived nearby also came. They wanted answers, but they weren't able to get any. Her grandfather told me he learned about this on Facebook. My heart goes out to her grandfather.
It's past Columbia in the upstate, and we know that Sled's helicopter was in the air in a different area, but it can be completely unrelated to that search.
Okay, so there was also more activity with the helicopters. Could be related to the search. Today, crews have been battling some weather. It's been raining on and off, and there was a break not too long ago. I'm attaching pictures of what we've pretty much seen all day. Various law enforcement officials from multiple agencies coming and going. What we know about this area. The creek feeds Rocky Creek Lake, often locally known as Stumpy Pond. It's an 847-acre reservoir on the Catawba River in Fairfield County, South Carolina. This area is known for numerous submerged tree stumps, obviously Stumpy Pond, right? And woody structures, which provide great cover for fish, but require cautious navigation. It's also about a mile or so from Hydro Station, also pictured, right? The Hydro Station is a huge ass dam, right? So this is another reason why I'm asking for Splash the Otter and his handler to come help with the search here, because this is an area where the otter can actually navigate in this area that other people and creatures and dogs and nobody else can really traverse this area besides maybe this otter. So I'm praying, I'm hoping Mr. Hadsel will come out with his otter splash.
We know that there is law enforcement on the ground there in the Great Falls area still. That boat ramp that we talked to you about earlier this weekend is still blocked off. DNR is out there right now too. Your Meredith.
And then this is that substation right here, guys. And, you know, it kind of reminded me of Riley Strain, and I wonder if they're going to be burping the dam like they did the Cumberland River in Riley Strain's case. I know, exactly. I know. Why do these parents do this and not tell where? They're already toast. I mean, justice for Nuke, I agree. I know. Well, and the thing is like, I wonder how, and I wonder if she's just taking the rap for it or what. Because I'm sure they were, separated. I can lead you to where every pet I've had has been buried, and yet they can't take them directly to their child. My PTSD, exactly. It's no respect. It's no respect at all. They know exactly where she is. Oh, my gosh. Right. Not by Red Rum. Right. OMG, dumpsters over a month in water. Horrible. Military treatment needs to be done. Make her tell where she's out. I mean, where she put the baby girl. I mean, I'm with you guys. I'm with you because this is not right. And they know exactly where she could be, but it seems like it may be a wild goose chase. And again, these are some pictures from on site.
Anderson is boots on the ground trying to get more information and more visuals on that search to get more.
And thank you to Meredith Anderson.
More information. She ran into Javea's family out there on Saturday and talked to them a little bit. They didn't know what was going on fully, and they had learned some of the information over Facebook too. So that was hard to hear, and hopefully we can hear from them soon.
Okay, so this is Javea's mom and Javea's dad. And again, I just kind of wanted to show you guys what they looked like before they were in the prison suits. And then this is little Javea. It looks like she, was having a good day. And again, I'm not going to judge. Sometimes there's little kids that like to wear the same thing all the time. Right. But in every single picture, we see her in the same pink Nike shirt, as if that's the only thing that she had. Like, and even here she's wearing, like an undershirt, long sleeve under the pink Nike shirt. Did she not have other clothes? And of course, she's dressed like a little princess, like she should have been. I don't know. All right, guys. So that's what I wanted to show you guys tonight in terms of how this story unfolded with Javea's story, right? But I also wanted to do some comparison on Sebastian Rogers' case as well. Let's see. Oh, wow, Holly. Oh, boy. Oh, see, I know. And, the way that things are playing out. Oh, boy. The way that things are playing out are not good at all. And a lot of this stuff is hard to tell, especially because even though both of them confessed, the family is at odds. We'll just say that the family is at odds, and they're like saying, the one side is saying the mom is responsible, the other side is saying the dad is responsible, even though we have to go off of their confessions, right? Their words. And that's what we've done a lot in the Sebastian Rogers case, is gone off of what Katie and Chris have said and what Seth has said, right? Because that's who we need to always be looking at in order to decipher some of this. Let me take a look here. I wanted to pull this in right here of Seth. Okay. Now this is the meeting, and we've played this before, of course, but I want to bring it back because this is what the TBI was busy doing, and when they were busy doing it, in Sebastian Rogers' case. And I want you guys to see this and how it played out on both sides of this family in Sebastian's case. So let's watch. This is March 28th, 2024. Sebastian Rogers was reported missing on February 26th, 2024, on the morning of. His mother, Katie, said he was playing. He said, "Good night, mama. Good night, puppies." She checked on Bubba. "Bubba, did you fall out of the bed?" 10 p.m. She goes to bed at midnight. She tries to wake him up at 6 o'clock to get him ready for school, and he's not there. For anybody who's just joining or not familiar with Sebastian Rogers.
Seth, it's been more than a month since your son went missing. How are you feeling today?
Same as I was yesterday. Just continuing the search, continue looking. I'm not going to give up. Nobody can make me give up.
And where have you been searching? Where do you...
And here we are 2.5 years later, and Seth has not given up. Seth has not given up.
You think he is?
I've been searching everywhere. I mean, anything out of that 5 mile radius that the initial search did, they covered everything there. But there's stuff elsewhere. I mean, we got a lot of territory to cover. And it being over a month, he could be anywhere currently. So I'm searching everywhere.
You, Katie, and Chris had a meeting with TBI today. Did you find out any new information?
Not that I can discuss.
Any progression that might show hope in this search?
Oh, I always have hope. Can't take that away from me.
And how confident are you that Sebastian is alive, and what do you think he's doing right now?
Pretty sure he's probably playing video games somewhere. Nobody's letting him, whoever's got him, they're not letting him see the regular news. They're not letting him surf the internet. Or else he'd know that I'm looking for him. And he'd know that he should actually be trying to get a hold of me. And that keeps me going.
Is there strong reason to believe he may have been abducted?
I don't know if he's been abducted or if he's just,
Imagine being able to build an app with...
Okay, so, Seth didn't know at this time, right? Even still, like, he was like, well, I don't know if he's been abducted or not. I'm not sure what's happened, right? And we're going to go back and revisit some of Katie and Chris's interview in the beginning. Also, just because I wanted to make sure that we compare that with what little Javea's parents were saying also. And I say parents, Proudfoot, lightly with you. You're a stepfoot. We all know that. So don't think I'm putting you into a parent lump, because I'm not. Sebastian and his mother, Katie Proudfoot, were the only two in the home the night Sebastian, quote, vanished. Guys, another thing I want to say too, and I'm about to make a video on this. We know straight off the bat, even if someone is reported missing, it doesn't matter how old they are. It doesn't matter any of it, any of the details. We know for a fact that nobody vanishes, nobody goes poof, nobody disappears, right? We remain. It's extremely difficult to get rid of a person, so to speak. I can't even believe that somebody would ever try it.
Over at a friend's house. Never know. But I'll know when I find him. I'll know exactly what has happened to him.
And other news outlets were reporting that there were lights seen in the backyard that were caught on camera by a neighbor's video. Is that true?
No. What that was a trash truck. Went through, picked up trash, and when it left, of course it went faster. It didn't have to stop.
All right, law enforcement, I'm coming for you. I want you. I want you. Right? This is a lie that was told to Seth, in my opinion. Law enforcement lied March 28th, 2024. They lied prior to that. Sebastian, 15 years old, of Hendersonville, Tennessee, missing for a month, and they're lying to his father. Why? We have Javea Harris reported missing. A bunk-ass story. We just listened to both of their bunk-ass stories. And law enforcement was on them like you wouldn't believe. They weren't lying to anybody. They weren't lying to the public. Why are you guys lying? Sumner County Sheriff's Office, why are you liars? What do you have to gain by lying to the father of a missing child? What do you have to gain by lying to and misleading the public when we see flashlights and you're saying it's a trash truck? Unbelievable.
Pick up trash.
Just piss poor. It makes my blood boil. Why did you guys do that? I want to know.
That's just false information provided by a particular person.
Did the dogs ever pick up a scent for Sebastian?
From my information that I've been given, no.
Did they find anything on Sebastian's cell phone that would, you know, kind of show that he was going to run away or where he might be?
Not that I know of. He didn't have any internet access or anything on there. He'd have been able to call, text, take a picture, send a picture, use the calculator. That's about it.
Was Sebastian in school on Friday, the day before he went missing?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is a big difference that we have. And with the similarities, I want to bring in the differences as well. So the big difference is that we know for a fact that Sebastian Rogers was last seen leaving the Texas Roadhouse on February 25th, 2024 with his mother, Katie. Right? That's one piece that we don't have. We still don't know how little Javea was seen last, or by who, or when, or any of the details there, right? We are only going off of two liars and their statements that they continue to lie their asses off about until they went in front of law enforcement and they confessed. But other than that, we still don't know. And they may not have even said that. As a matter of fact, in the warrants, it states that between May 1st and June 15th, which is a whole month and a half time frame, that could have been the time frame in which Javea met her demise by these monsters. But we at least know in Sebastian's case that Sebastian was last seen the day before he was reported missing at around 6:30 p.m., leaving the Texas Roadhouse with his mother, Katie.
You, Chris, or Katie, are any of you suspects in this case?
No, we're not.
Have you been cleared?
I don't know if the investigation is still ongoing. We wouldn't be cleared until the investigation is done. But currently, from my understanding, they don't have any information that would attach us to any wrongdoing.
Right. And no one has ever been cleared in the Sebastian Rogers case besides some kind of weird lady that really had to pee very badly and showed up at the Texas Roadhouse and stood and waited by Katie's vehicle until Katie came out, and Katie advances on that person and she has some sort of an interaction with that lady. And then the lady says, yeah. And she starts, moving away from Katie like she's very pissed off. There was some kind of a commotion. And then that person proceeds to go into the Texas Roadhouse, use the bathroom, and then come out. And that is the only person to this day, July 7th, 2026, that has been cleared by Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Bunch of ass clowns.
CPS has gone to Katie's house before. You didn't know about that until this investigation. How does that make you feel?
That somebody somewhere dropped the ball because I was never informed. And I'm the biological father. I have joint physical custody. Somebody dropped the ball and didn't reach out and inform the father, which is me. And
Right. And, and I understand, especially at this point, Seth wasn't trying to cause trouble and drama and turmoil, right, with the people who last saw his son. But I'm going to say it right now. Katie, you should have told your ex-husband what was going on in your house, especially because there was CPS involved with your son. That's on you, sister. That is on you.
I don't understand
and
why.
It's on you too, CPS, you nasty shitheads.
The state dropped the ball on that one.
And that was like a cross between shit asses and shitheads.
How did you find out about CPS?
Podcast.
And I mean, does that concern you, especially with this case, that they might have done something to cause him to run away?
I don't know what that really means, but I just know that I don't have all the information.
Is there an official timeline? And I know people, there was, we went to bed at this hour, but does TBI or anyone have an official timeline as to the series?
I'm pretty sure they do, but I'm not involved in the investigation, so I wouldn't have it.
Have the three of you been in contact every day like you were several weeks ago about this?
I was in contact with both Katie and Chris today, but I've heard he said his phone is open and available, so is mine. You can leave a voicemail. Like 7 or 8 people have already left me voicemails today. I'm going. I get people calling me while I'm on the phone, and it's like, I can't just sit there and answer the phone for everybody. If I did that, I probably wouldn't be able to get out of my house.
There's been a lot of criticism over this investigation. I'm sure you've received criticism as well as the Proudfoots. And how does that make you feel in a time where you're just trying to find your son?
People are being, well, that goes back to those keyboard warriors I talked about on the first interview that you and I had. They're still at it. They'll never stop. There's cowards in this world, and then there's people who are go-getters. My feet, they're on the ground. They're never going to leave the ground. I'm going to find my son. Period.
And plans, today on moving forward, any more resources being used on this investigation, or anything you have to say about that?
The United Cajun Navy is currently sitting down there right now at 90 Volunteer Drive in Hendersonville. 10:30. That's when volunteers need to show up. 10:30. Show up, have your ID, sign the paperwork, and they send people out in teams. When you show up, there ain't nobody there except for a couple people. That's because they've already sent teams out. They're just going to keep sending teams out until we find.
If you get there and there's not any more people, then that means you're late. No, I'm just teasing. I'm teasing.
My son.
Have there been a lot of volunteers coming out to help find Sebastian?
Today there was, and I want to thank everybody who did come out. We're seeing an increase, and we're going to continue to see an increase. I'd like the whole state of Tennessee to volunteer, and then we'll hit other states.
And you're Sebastian's father. Tell me, what is Sebastian like?
He's a unique child, all right? It's really hard to describe my son. Besides being unique. Whether he's up to no good or he's up to good, he's just got that uniqueness about him. It's really hard to describe. He's my mini-me. If he has a goal, he's going to accomplish that goal. People at school, they liked him. All the kids are wanting to know when he's going to come back. They want to help and volunteer. Teachers are they're putting out prayers every day. Everybody, it's coming up. It's Easter. I'm hoping for an Easter miracle. I could definitely use it in my life right now.
And why did they search the landfill?
I have no idea. They didn't. Not part of the investigation. They're not going to tell me stuff. I am emotionally attached, as any parent should be.
And how often do you meet with TBI?
I call them all the time. Call, text, hey, any new news? They either let me know or they let me know.
Are you happy with the work that all these agencies have done, or do you think there needs to be more?
There could probably always be more. We just got to figure out what more is necessary. Am I happy with them? I'm not unhappy. But you asked me that after my son's back, and it's going to be, I'm happy. All right? Because in law enforcement, it's always goal-oriented, Go to work, put a smile on your face, get the job done. I know that they're putting their effort, 150% effort into this. And I appreciate that. And I'm hoping it will pay off with fruition.
Do you think Katie and Chris are suspects?
have no idea.
Sebastian's been missing for more than a month now. What keeps you getting up every morning, going out and searching for him?
Being a dad, having perseverance, wanting him to come home.
Being a dad. Thank God for a dad like Seth. You know what? I'm telling you, if I was missing, I'd want him to be my dad, because I'm telling you right now, nobody deserves to be out there like that, and we don't see this from every parent. Instead, we're too busy looking at this other, biological dad, right? Who's not doing the right thing, not doing the right thing at all. Pizza Love Me, Rita McAfee, Nanette, Wem Hanner, and we also have Michelle and Rick's RN. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Wanted to drop you guys some memberships since it's the beginning of the month, and also for you guys being in here. I really, really appreciate you a lot for sticking with this, because I know sometimes the case comparisons can be a little bit hard, especially the way we're going to do it tonight. So I appreciate you guys being here and listening. But yeah, being a dad, always wearing Sebastian's shirt, my favorite picture.
Well, wanting to watch him finish growing up.
Do you wear this every day? Talk to me about this shirt.
This right here is my own billboard to find my son. People notice people. People notice what people are wearing. So I am a walking handout. I have these in my car.
How'd you select that photo? It's so cute.
Because it's cute. It's got a smile. It's the last picture I took of him.
Guys, so we got which is, man, it's been a while since we played Miss Katie's words here. Let's see here. I want to play this out for you guys, and then I'm going to pick up here and there as we hear some similarities. I'm going to pull in the other one too. So just give me a minute. Let me stop that. Let me share this baby right here. All right, here we go. I know, love mama love. I'm right there with you, girl. I mean, it's awful. It's awful to listen to these two, and but it's just so crazy, some of the things that they're saying, like a lot of the things you guys have also pointed out here too. So here we go. Let's go ahead and play this.
The TBI is asking for people in this area around Beach High School to please search their property at a minimum of 2 times a day, according to the mother, in the morning and in the evenings, especially in case he has taken shelter somewhere and may be found sleeping. They're hoping that they're going to be able to find him somewhere. This is getting more critical by the days, Guy, because this is 7 days that he has been missing. Of course, they have a command center that is set up here. Please share this information out.
All right, guys. And there was also a mobile command center. Obviously, a lot of this is how do we say, textbook, right? Police work. And, across the board, we will see these things transpire this way, where law enforcement will set up the mobile command center and they will get to work. So both of these check boxes are marked off in a positive way for law enforcement, TBI sled, that sort of thing.
Such a sweet young man, and his parents are very, very worried, and they're likely listening to this live stream right now.
Right. In my opinion, a lot of times, and what we see in true crime, right, we see that we see that the perpetrators of these crimes will keep up with and be watching as things unfold because they're trying to make sure that no one is looking at them. And that's exactly what Chris and Katie Proudfoot did. And as soon as anybody gave them any resistance or called them out on their BS lies, they went on the attack, right? They just full out went on the attack. Now, again, I blame law enforcement for allowing for all of this shit, this bullshit to transpire, right? Because they should have nipped it in the bud, just like they did in South Carolina, just like SLED did, just like local law enforcement in Aiken County did. Hats off to you guys. You did a stellar job. You're an example. You are an example. Sumner County Sheriff's Office, you are a disgrace. Little Miss Sharon, did you see my comment, lady? Let me look, Little Miss Sharon. I'm sorry, probably not because I was over there grabbing those memberships. Oh, Little Miss Sharon says it's always hard to describe your autistic child to the world because it's not theirs. And that makes a lot of sense, Little Miss Sharon, and I appreciate you sharing that with me and also or sharing that with us and then also pointing it out to me too, because I didn't see that. And I think that that's really important for people to understand that, and also, I want to add to that. I think kids on the spectrum are very unique individuals, right? And it's hard to explain someone who is a unique individual. So thank you for that, Little Miss Sharon. I appreciate that too. And Seth has been through so much, Holly. It's amazing. It's just amazing. But I did want to show the good parts of Sebastian's family members, right? And that he does have a father who is his voice, who's been working, who hasn't given up, before we get into some of this sludge, the mud and the muck, so to speak, right? There's always a silver lining, but this is the mud and the muck. Sumner County Sheriff's Office and their bullshit and this shit ass live stream.
We're working closely with the father, the stepfather, and the mom. So, there's not like a situation where, we have parents that are not speaking to each other. They're working.
Oh, really, Dutch? Okay, that's a bunch of bullshit too, and you know it. You know that, Chris Proudfoot was trying to bully the situation and lie his ass off and say everybody was on the same page and all this when that clearly wasn't the case.
Very diligently, and
no, they're not. Polished turds. Polished.
They are trying to find the best strategy about coming forward.
Hey, Brad.
Whether it be to the news or if they
the best strategy of coming forward, Dutchie, would be for the Proudfoots to come clean about what happened to Sebastian. That's the best strategy. Let's start there. But then again, here we are 2.5 years later, and they haven't even started there.
A written plea, please, if you know anything, come forward.
Yeah, I wish we could have had a written plea by Katie Proudfoot. Then maybe we could have used that against her, right? Maybe we could have analyzed that. I would love for her to have done that, but she didn't. She hasn't pleaded once for her child.
And let us know if you have seen Sebastian. And I see Chris in the chat. Thank you.
Oh, I see Chris in the chat. He's already creeping. Man, he's a creepy motherfucker.
So much for being here, Chris. If you see Chris Proudfoot in the chat, that is Sebastian's stepfather. Also did see a post today on WKRN News that stated anyone wishing to help the crews in the search for Sebastian Rogers can do so by donating goods at the command center at Shackle Island Volunteer Fire Department. And that was at this area where I showed you this picture earlier. And
yeah, and guys, I want to point out too that I never saw Aiken County ever ask for trash bags, cleaning supplies, none of that. Let's watch. Let's watch.
According to Sumner County fire buffs, current needs are toilet paper.
For Sumner County fire buffs, they want you to bring some toilet paper, some Clorox wipes. They also want you to have some trash bags. And also, could you send us some energy drinks? We're low on energy drinks. Oh, Lord, help us all.
Clorox wipes, trash bags, and energy drinks. And you can actually find this post on Facebook. And that drop-off address is 3199 Long Hollow Pike, and that's in Hendersonville, Tennessee. So if you guys are local to that area and you can go by and bring these search and rescue teams extra things that they need to have on hand, I know people would be really, really appreciated it.
Right, but this is the thing. They're scaling back the very next day. And Chris and Katie knew that. But they just let Duchess go on her rant and you can bring them some toilet paper and some energy drinks. And by the way, we need cleaning supplies. What law enforcement agency asks for trash bags and Clorox wipes? Are you kidding me right now?
Good afternoon. I'm Eric Craddock from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, and I'm the Chief Deputy here, joined by Ken Weiner, the Director of Sumner County EMA. Wanted to come to the public and give you guys an update on the search for Sebastian Rogers. Last Monday morning at about 6:30, Sebastian was reported missing from his home. Since then, we've conducted an extensive and exhaustive search around the home.
Oh, God, this fucking idiot right here. He's the one that boils my blood. Little Miss Sharon says, how can we get Sebastian's picture on the side of trucks like Monkey, right? Like Little Michael Monkey Vaughn, they were utilizing sides of big rig trucks, right? Long haul trucks to showcase him being missing. I find it funny that you asked that, Miss Sharon. I don't know how we can do that. We can definitely work on that. Just make sure that you give me a reminder, because I think that would be a very positive thing that we could definitely start working on. But I want to also point out that Mr. Proudfoot, right, Stepfoot, his father is a trucker. You would think that would be the first thing he would be trying to do to find Sebastian, yet he said nothing.
Looking for any evidence, any trace of Sebastian.
Really? You're looking for any trace of Sebastian, but to this day you have nothing. Nothing. That's according to you. Come out and prove me wrong. But that's according to you, that you have nothing still. And look at him. He spiked his baby curl, guys. Just to let you know, he spiked that baby curl.
At this time, the decision's been made to scale back on the ground search operations. Let me be clear that this does not diminish our commitment to finding Sebastian. This is simply us transitioning from the ground search to the investigative side. We are still committed to finding Sebastian and bringing him home safe.
So they scaled back the search for Sebastian Rogers on March 4th, 2024, but they were still asking for toilet paper, Clorox wipes, trash bags, and energy drinks, just to switch it over to the investigative side. They were no longer doing ground searches for Sebastian Rogers. What is that? And just look at the items that were requested. Toilet paper, Clorox wipes, trash bags, energy drinks.
We have no leads, no details to indicate that Sebastian is not alive. We are going to follow up on every lead. We have a planned response if anyone has a sighting of Sebastian. Our patrol deputies will be out, our investigators will be out. We are still coordinating with law enforcement across the state. We are still consulting with experts. This decision does not come lightly. We have consulted with, and I've deferred to the experts in search and rescue. Every time we've asked, they've said you've done everything you can do. At this time, Director Weiner?
Yeah. So we'll continue to have a command post at the fire station there. We won't man it 24/7, but we will have K9 units in the area. We'll have teams ready to go. The sheriff's office will have deputies on patrol, and if we get any report, we'll respond to that location. We'll send K9 to that location and search teams should we get any information. So we will continue, and any tips we get, we will reactivate to the level we need to respond with.
I'd like to take a moment and thank all the first responders from across the state of Tennessee that have come out and helped us in the search for Sebastian. They've come from as far as Knox County. We've called in the State National Guard to help. The Army National Guard was here to help. If there was a resource we thought we could utilize to help locate Sebastian, we've used it. And we will.
Yeah, so you're trying to tell us that you had so many agencies coming in that they used up all your toilet paper, they used up all your trash bags, they drank up all your energy drinks. Poor little Craddock is all exhausted, right, Jenny Machete? What the hell?
Continue to do so based on the leads that come in. The Sheriff's Office continues to urge families to check your properties, to check your cameras. No detail is too small. If you have a detail that you think is important, please call 615-451-3838.
Tonight, the parents of a missing teen in Sumner County described to us exclusively how they feel on day 8 of their son's disappearance. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Marius Payton.
And I'm Lauren Lowry. Sebastian Rogers is 15. He was last seen by his parents on February 25th in Hendersonville. Sebastian has autism, and he's gone without his medication this whole time. And since authorities have searched.
Okay, guys, I want to point that out, right? Because again, and I know we just played that part, so I won't replay it again when it comes to little Javea's case and what her what her monsters of parents said to authorities, to the public, right, when reporting her. But they're saying that Sebastian needs this medication because of his autism. Fun fact, Katie, Google it, y'all. Autism is not treated with any type of medications. It never has been to this day, even back when you were saying that he needed this medicine so badly for his autism. And don't you lie and tell me that you weren't telling people that, because I know it was you who did it, in my opinion.
By air, by foot, and on horseback.
Helicopters, drones, and dive teams have also been brought in to try to find him. Today, his parents spoke exclusively to our Holly Thompson.
She's live tonight in Sumner County. Holly, I imagine it was quite an emotional interview.
Certainly was. It is hard for any of us to imagine the emotions that this family is going through right now. But we know one thing is certain. They remain positive. They are holding on to hope that their son Sebastian will return home safely.
Can you walk us through what you're thinking right now?
I just want my baby to be okay. I don't know where he's at.
Mom Katie broke down several times in our interview, but says her hope is strong that her son Sebastian will be found safe and return home.
He's gonna walk through that door and this street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
Stepdad Chris says it's been an emotional roller coaster that all started Sunday night.
And talk about a smirk. Did you see Mr. Proudfoot and his smirk? Now that's a fucking smirk. Want to see a smirk? Look at Proudfoot.
February 20.
People were giving, Javea's father hell about smirking. Well, look at this ass clown up here.
5th.
Pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you."
Katie says she went to wake
Okay, they cut the hell out of that.
up Sebastian around 6 a.m. Monday for school, and he was gone. Within minutes, Katie says she was on the phone with Chris, who was working out of town, and they quickly called 911.
And he's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
I mean, he's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means.
Katie and Chris say Sebastian is not on social media. While he loves to play Minecraft, they tell me he does not have any online capabilities. I asked if there was any reason.
Which we know that is a lie. We know that right there is a bold-faced lie, right? Because Sebastian was sneaking and grabbing his phone and using it in other devices in order to, this is what teenagers do. It's normal. I'm not saying that Sebastian, he was breaking the rules, but big deal. All of our teenagers have done worse.
he might want to leave.
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's, that morning he was laughing, he was joking.
It's as if Sebastian...
He was laughing and joking, huh, Katie? Well, what happened between the morning time and the time that you were at the Texas Roadhouse? Because he wasn't laughing and joking, and neither were you. Stop with that.
Sebastian vanished. No sign of him on any video throughout the community. Thousands of miles logged by law enforcement, canines, helicopters, even dive teams, and no sign of him. Chris and Katie tell me they've been harassed, people pointing fingers at them.
You're not in this situation. You don't quite understand. I wish people would step back, take a different wide open view, and not assume what they know.
Says a narrow-minded twit like Chris Proudfoot.
It's just better to stick to the facts.
Are you
We don't like the rap music here.
both in the clear?
I can tell you that Mom, myself, and the father have worked very fully and cooperatively with all agencies across the board.
Right. Hey, Mr. Proudfoot, why don't you riddle me this? How come we know now that Seth was only at the house for the first 3 days and he wasn't there the whole time, right? He was busy looking for his son. So how would you know what the father, Seth Rogers, was doing? Because you and Katie were sitting on your big brumps, not doing a damn thing. You don't know what was being done with law enforcement or not. And what is this in the background here? A big old can of energy? Big old can of energy just to sit around and twiddle your thumbs. Interesting. Are you taking those from the mobile command center that people are bringing those to the fire buffs, and you're just helping yourself, Proudfoot? You stinky.
We have anything that they've wanted, we have provided.
What do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want him to hear from you right now?
That we love you so much, and we want you to come home, and you're not in trouble.
So first, just
All right, really quick, because I know that we do not have the I know that we do not have the audio from Chris and Katie Proudfoot calling three-way. They did a three-way. We three-wayed the sheriff's office. So we don't have that. And they're hiding behind it being an open and ongoing investigation, that they're not going to release that information to the public. And, I'm not going to hold my breath for it, because I'm sure it's never going to happen. However, I do want to go back to this audio and listen again to Javea's parents, who hats off to law enforcement in Aiken County who did it right. And they released this to the public and also allowed for us to make up our own decision in our own mind about what was going on here. And we can catch them up in many, many lies having this at our fingertips. But we can't compare it to Sebastian Rogers' case, because, see, in Sebastian Rogers' case, they dropped the ball. They botched the investigation. They're too worried about getting themselves some toilet paper and trash bags and energy drinks to worry about getting the audio from the phone call that was made reporting Sebastian missing. But here is little Javea Harris's mother.
She was outside playing, and I came out here after cooking dinner a little bit, and I'm looking for her, but I don't see her nowhere.
All right, how old is this baby?
She's 4.
All right, what was she wearing?
She has on pink Minnie Mouse pajamas, and she had me in pink beads. She had braids.
Is she black, white, or Hispanic?
She's mixed.
Okay, how long ago did you see her, ma'am? When was the last time you saw her?
I just came out here like no less than 20 or 30 minutes ago. I went in the house to cook dinner, and I told her it's time to come in once it starts getting dark. And when I came out here,
Okay, just take a breath from me, okay? I already have them on the way to you, okay? Do you know where she might be heading? Okay, you have any family or friends that live around the area?
No, but she usually try to chase our chickens to catch them, and I've been looking through the woods to try to see if I see her, but I don't see her nowhere.
What's your name?
All right, we got the fake crying. We have the pajamas, that she's wearing pajamas, yet somehow she's supposedly running through the woods trying to catch the chickens that are in the woods. Again, none of it makes sense. Not one bit of it.
My name is Micheline Harris.
What's her name?
Javea Harris.
Harris? I couldn't hear the first name.
Javea is spelled Javeayah.
And again, at least this mother had enough wherewithal to call 911. At least this mother didn't hide behind her boyfriend, right, and mute herself, because Katie herself says that she muted the phone. She muted herself and let Chris tell the story, even though Chris was supposedly in Memphis, Tennessee. 3 hours and 37 minutes, doorstep to doorstep from where Sebastian went missing.
I wasn't out here. I'm 39 weeks pregnant. I can't keep up with her like that.
Okay. And what? Anybody else out there with her? Like that was out there with her? Any friends, kids playing with her?
The way our yard is set up, it's nothing but the dogs and the chickens right here in the back.
All right. Does she have any health issues? Any mental issues? Anything like that?
They suspect that she was autistic, but she just now turned 4, so they don't have no diagnosis all the way.
They suspected that she was autistic, but she just turned 4, so they don't have a diagnosis all the way. All right, I'm going to stop it there, and then we're going to go back to the feet. So just bear with me on that. Unstinking believable.
Express, I can't even imagine as a parent what you two are going through. How would you describe the situation right now? How are you coping?
And no, that wasn't a smirk. That was a fucking laugh, Katie. That's way worse than a smirk. That was a damn laugh. What's funny? What is funny about the fact that you can't find your son and it's 8 days later? Why is that funny? Why are you playing the victim, Katie? Why are you rocking back and forth? Why do you have a stupid ass look on your face, Chris?
We're on a constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless and many other emotions.
I have never seen such a fucking coward in my life than Katie Proudfoot. I have never seen such a fucking coward in my life, a yellow-bellied coward like Katie Proudfoot. Well, I put myself on mute. Yeah, you've been putting yourself on mute this whole time, and you've never called out for your son. You've never pled for your son's safe return. None of it. You lying sack of poopy. And Astra Train, good to see you. She did laugh. She's going to continue to laugh and do some weird shit through this interview, let me tell you. She's going to continue on. And it is the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. And, you know, I'm with you, love Mama Love. I mean, I've never even heard of searchers asking for those things, right? They ask for water. They ask for maybe like granola, something easy for them. Granola bars and something easy for them to put in the backpack right while they're out searching and things like that. Never before have I heard that they needed toilet paper and trash bags and Clorox wipes. What do you need Clorox wipes for when you're out searching? Who is helping the Proudfoots clean up a crime scene, in my opinion? Kind of strange, and especially because Chris and Katie have an energy drink sitting right back behind them on the table back here. Really strange. So was Ken Widener going down and allegedly, in my opinion, going to Chris and Katie's house like he did every single day and bringing them cleaning supplies and helping them out? It doesn't seem very far-fetched, especially from this vantage point.
All in one, and it's a never-ending roller coaster. It doesn't stop. It won't stop until he walks through the door.
I would wish this on anyone. Not anyone.
I know we're about keeping hope alive.
Nobody asked you about that, Katie. You just offered that up out of the blue. I wouldn't wish this on anyone. Really? Why would you say something so weird? That is the weirdest shit I've ever heard, too. I wouldn't wish this on anyone? You're a walking contradiction, Katie. A walking contradiction.
I'm sure that's in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah. Always.
Is he, Katie? He's going to come home. Where is he then, Katie? When are you going to decide to come clean and tell us where you put him? Look at Chris's face. He's going to come home, and then look at the way his fucking devious ass eyes look. Devious as fuck, in my opinion. Oh yeah, right there too. What's that? What's that about, Chris? What's so fucking cute, the two of you? It's not cute at all. It's absolutely absurd.
Always.
Yeah, Chris. Okay.
He's gonna walk through that door.
Look at Katie, and she's over there looking at Pollyanna Thompson, and she's giving her the, yeah, looking her dead in her face too, and just, yeah, he's gonna come home. When? Any time now would have been good. Any time now. And what's so fucking funny, Proudfoot?
And this street will be
Disgusting. Disgusting.
flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
That boy's gonna have more friends than he knows what to do with when he comes home.
So here we are, 8 days now searching for him. Walk us through that Sunday night that he went missing. So walk us through, we've got so many people who really want to know, okay, how did this happen? So kind of just walk us through that night.
We were out and about that day. We were having a really good weekend.
And why are you shaking your head? Yes, Chris. You said you weren't there. You said you were in Memphis, right? You were up in Memphis. So how the hell do you know what was going on that day? Or are you just nodding your head yes because Katie's going along with the exact story that you two concocted? And little Miss Sharon, I think this is so interesting, and I've never thought of this before. Little Miss Sharon says, in my opinion, Katie was saying she does not wish an autistic child on anyone. You know, it blows my mind. And, you know, I think that's a great point, and I think that is valid. I think that could very well be it. Because I've always wondered this shit. It's weird that she says these things like she does. You know, I would never wish this on my worst enemy. And then she even went as far as to say she wouldn't even wish this on Seth. Well, newsflash for you, Katie, Seth's been dealing with it right along with you two. Since the minute that he got off of work that morning on February 26th, 2024, and your idiot of a husband texted him, "Don't be mad, but Sebastian's missing, 911, dumbass." Makes me sick. Little Miss Sharon, I think you're right. I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? It makes sense in a way that when this whole situation doesn't make any sense, that makes sense to me.
We got home. Everything was pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you." Say goodnight to his puppies.
And you know, Katie, this stupid ass Forrest Gump shit is not working on me either. You know, but then again, stupid is as stupid does.
A little bit later, I wound up going to bed, and when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there.
And then for those of you guys who don't know this, Katie Proudfoot she doesn't really have a Southern accent. And I'm not making fun of people who have accents. I have an accent too. We all do, right? Just depends on where we grew up and stuff like that, or places that we've lived too. We pick up on it. The reason I make fun of her so hard about this shit is because it's fake. It's fake. He didn't go to bed. He went to bed, bed. No, bullshit. That's not how you really talk, Katie, because we've heard you Valley Girl, we've heard you hardcore biker, Katie. We've heard you in all these different dialects, all these personalities, even down to a little ass kid. I think this woman needs to be checked out. A psych evaluation would be a first step, because we already know this one got psych evaled.
So, in your mind, that's usually around what time? When do you normally wake up? Around 6 o'clock? So, were you instantly thinking something's wrong, or were you like, he may just be already in the shower?
I took a
in the living
second.
room?
I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes.
Fun fact, Katie has to walk past her kitchen to get to Sebastian's bedroom. It's an open concept, so she would have saw him cooking breakfast. She would have smelled him cooking breakfast, unless he had cereal or something that doesn't require cooking. However, I want to point out that Katie spoke to Dateline NBC, and they did an article with her statements and her quotes in it. And she told them that she did check Sebastian's bathroom. But here, when she's asked directly by Pollyanna Thompson, she says no, that she went and looked for him to see if he was cooking breakfast. I mean, I can't make this shit up. This is I mean, this is your fault. You guys caused this, not me. Don't look at me.
About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, I can't find him. He said, what do you mean you can't find him? I said, he's not in the house.
Alrighty. I wish I could do a double screen on this, but I'm going to have to, go back and forth. It's okay. It's no biggie. But just bear with me here, because I want to bring back in Javea's mother's statement here, because it's very similar. This is what you and Mr. Proudfoot, Katie and Chris Proudfoot, should be just like the two of these people.
But she's very smart, though. She don't seem autistic.
Does she talk?
Yeah. She can carry a full conversation.
Okay, you didn't see any vehicles before you went inside or anything like that?
No, but what worries me is these crackheads that walk in his house behind the house. I don't know. I've always felt weird about them, and I don't know. Hello?
I'm still here, ma'am. Give me just a second.
My call might be breaking up because of where we at.
Okay. What's a good callback number for you, ma'am?
Ma'am, I don't have one. My phone is not on, but I can still call 911.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Okay, I'm on the way to you. Just to confirm, where was she in the house when you saw her last?
No, she wasn't in the house, ma'am. She been playing outside today. And she asked me, can she play for a little bit more before it got dark? And I said yes. And I literally, her bath water is in the tub, ran, and dinner is cooking, and I came out here to get her, and I can't even find her.
Okay.
Yeah, you have the bath water run for her, and she's in her pajamas already. Okay, a likely story.
Is there a certain place she likes to play outside?
Usually in the chicken coop, and that's usually where I find her every day. And I just looked in here, and she's not in here.
Okay. Is there any bodies of water nearby?
I don't know, ma'am. Me and my husband just now purchased in this house. I don't know about this area much, but it's not.
Again, she's saying that, this gentleman is her husband. Well, I shouldn't even call him a gentleman. I can't with a straight face. Saying this dude is her husband, right? Javea's father is her husband, yet she's lying her ass off. They are not married.
Not a good area, I'll tell you that. It's not good.
Right, so you decided that you guys would move from Union, South Carolina. Now, I don't know the area, right? but you would move. You guys are purchasing a home. You're making an investment in an area that you think is crack infested with questionable people, and that's where you're taking your children to be raised. I wonder what kind of schools they got over there, which I don't believe her for a minute, by the way.
Okay, you say you searched the woods. Is that behind your house?
Yes, it's like a pathway right behind my house. And we usually take the dog sometimes in the woods to just let them run. And she'll come, so I know she knows about the woods. And but I look down the same pathway that we walk, and I do not see her.
Okay, and you said she was wearing pink Minnie Mouse pajamas. Anything else you may be wearing?
Her beads are pink.
Beads are pink?
Yeah, she's got braids. I mean, I don't know if she got on Crocs or with shoes, because she just puts on play shoes, but I don't, ma'am, it's not no way that she could have got fucked.
Yeah, but if she was playing outside all day, then she wouldn't have went in just to change her shoes, ma'am.
All right. Do you have any neighbors around the area that you're familiar with she might be going to?
No, we don't talk to none of these people. None of these people, because they all mostly do drugs. I don't associate myself with that.
Have you checked with neighbors to see if they have seen her?
No, ma'am. I'm literally, like, I called you like 10 minutes after I stepped outside. The cops are pulling up right now.
All right, go ahead and talk to them, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, no problem.
Oh, yeah, whatever. Okay, thank you. Even though she knows where she's been for how long? Since May 1st? Allegedly, according to the warrant, according to the great police work that we did not see in Sebastian Rogers' case. Let's keep watching these two numbnuts.
And so at that point, is that when you call 911, or what's going through your mind?
While we were on the phone, and I was like, is he on the other side of the bed? The normal places he may be in the house, and he wasn't. So I was like, okay, well, hold on a minute. And immediately after that, we called the sheriff's department and made the report.
I ran all over the house, outside, inside. I looked in every closet.
Right. And Katie just went ahead, in my opinion, and diverted the conversation. Because Chris was sitting there telling Pollyanna Thompson, who probably wouldn't have been smart enough or had the wherewithal because of her enabling ass to ask a follow-up question about this. But he says that's when we called the sheriff's office. Right. And then Katie didn't want her to say, well, why didn't you call 911? Or did you call 911? What do you mean you called the sheriff's office? I looked outside, inside. I looked in every closet. Shut up, Katie, you lying sack of shit.
Within minutes they were here. They responded.
Within minutes they were here. They responded. Okay, yeah. Okay, Chris. Did you tell her about the three-way call? Did you tell her how Katie muted herself? Do you talk about the fact that you were all the way in Memphis and you're the one that did the talking? Did you tell anybody about your mother being parked over down at Warsham's about 5:30 a.m.? Or what about your sister, Chris? What about your sister's statement that said that everybody was looking for Sebastian since 6:30 a.m.? Even though, according to the scanner, according to the dispatch audio, the police weren't even contacted until about 6:38 a.m. What of that, Chris? Oh, I forgot. You're real quiet now. Quiet as a little mouse.
Within minutes, and here we go.
Oh, here we go. Oh well. Here we go. I lost a whole child. I lost a whole 15-year-old kid. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Buckle up, Chris, because we're not done. You might think that it's over, but it's never going to be over until we find Sebastian. I guarantee you that.
So you said you were on the phone with her, so
Yes,
you were not home.
No, ma'am. Okay. I was at work. I'm a tower crane operator, and I was working in Memphis at the St. Jude project. So it's,
No, we don't know. We need you to tell us. We need you to come clean. It's, we don't know. No, we don't. We're not in a crane with you.
I have an earpiece in that talks to my phone. I have another earpiece in that does the radios. So when she was talking to me, it was like, what? I was confused. We talked about where he could possibly be, and then we went from there and led to calling the cops, and here we are now.
And within minutes, they're there at the home.
Yes, ma'am.
It was right.
Within minutes, they're there at the home, right? But, again, we have Javea's biological father, because this one's only a stepfoot, and he tells us that whenever he was going to the laundry and doing the laundry and getting Black and Milds and getting his Mad Dog 2020 on, getting some gas, getting some candy, that he heard the police sirens, right? That he heard what was going down. So let's listen to what this other person has to say here. I think I got the right spot. Let me grab it. And
I left and I went back to dry the clothes because I was watching them. I was sitting there for a little minute, then I ended up going to another store. Like these 3 stores that I'm saying, like I sold the 3 stores already, but I went to a store last.
Gotcha.
And then I was back at the washing machine that was right beside the Circle K. And then when I was at the Circle K, I was seeing a lot of police and stuff going through, and I was wondering. I was like, a lot of stuff goes on in Aiken to where you would be like, okay, it's the police or whatever. But I didn't know that it was my house because my girlfriend at the time she didn't have service. She didn't have service on her phone, so she couldn't call me to let me know anything that was going on. So she just ended up calling 911. So when I came back to the house, before I got on my road, I seen a police truck with a drone out, and then that's when I started speeding up because I was like, it's something going down like close to my house. When I got turned on my road, I seen a whole bunch of police like right at my house. So that's when I hurried up and I got to the house and I was like, what's going on? I thought my girlfriend was in labor because she was supposed to have a baby. You know what I'm saying? Soon. So she ended up having a child that same night on July 1st. But she came up crying to me saying my Javea missing. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like I kind of freaked out. And the detectives was telling me I couldn't go look and stuff like that because they didn't want me to mess up the area or whatever. But that's basically what happened up until all of this came about.
All right. Okay, so there you have it, folks. And again, this guy's got an alibi and puts the girl, his wife, his girlfriend, what have you, baby mama. They've been living together. They have, little Javea. So whatever, common law, what have you, throws her right under the bus. Doesn't have any qualms about doing that. Doesn't have any qualms about doing that at all. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Here we go.
Rapid fire. They had cars. They had cars from here down to the
main
road, as far as I could tell.
How do you know, Chris?
So what's going
How do you know that, Chris? I thought you didn't get back from Memphis. I thought you didn't even get back to Nashville until 1:30 p.m. that day. So how would you know how fast the police got there or what the street looked like? Riddle me that.
Both of your minds. I mean, are we panicking? Is it this, I think he's probably at a neighbor's house, or what are you thinking?
My son doesn't run. He's not a runner. He's never run away before.
Well, and we call her Pollyanna Thompson. We don't call her that for nothing. She is one of the biggest enablers, in my opinion, and people that were polishing these turds from the very beginning, and she continues to polish them because she's the only one they'll interview with to this day, right? Unless it's one of the hate channels on the internet here on, well, I can't just say on YouTube, it's probably anywhere else as well, and God only knows who they talk to or what they've been doing, right? But I mean, in terms of mainstream media coverage, they won't talk to anybody but this one, because they know that she's going to cover their asses for them at any cost. It doesn't matter how stupid she looks. It just doesn't even matter. She's going to continue to paint them in a positive light, even though they were the ones that were responsible for Sebastian and should have been taking care of him.
I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
I mean,
Katie, you're not a little girl, okay? And for you to give that little innocent look, you know, to give that little innocent look, it's bullshit. You're not innocent. You're not a little girl. Get with the program, come clean, start telling the truth. You know what happened. Aw, thank you, my PTSD. I love that poop emoji. I wish I could put that on the screen. the gilded poops. We need 2 poops for each one of these poops.
he's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means.
You got that right. We saw him at the Texas Roadhouse. He was very well behaved. The person that wasn't behaving was your wife. She was acting like she was some kind of fucking Queen of Sheba over there. Serve me my steak and my rolls. And Sebastian's not allowed to have 2 rolls, but I'll take 2 and stuff my face with them.
But there's answers to questions. They have no answers, or questions with no answers right now that we are searching for desperately. And we just don't have that.
Is there anything that happened that day that you think back and there might have been a reason he was possibly upset or something outside that could have enticed him to go outside? Was there anything that came to mind?
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking. Everyone we were around that day agreed that he seemed like he was in a good mood. He was behaving. It'd make more sense if we'd been fighting.
Or he'd been in trouble, but he hadn't been in trouble. So, I mean, the $1 million.
Really, really, Chris, he wasn't in trouble because it really seems like he was in trouble when we look at the Texas Roadhouse footage. It looks like he was in trouble that night and that Katie was scolding him, right? And as a mom to mom, right? I think that's a, let's see, let me show you guys what I'm talking about. Because it certainly looks like, it looks like he was in trouble. So let's just back this up, right? Let's take this down. And let's do another quick comparison. And I'm sorry I didn't put this all together. I was doing the other video today as well. But let's take a look. Let's take a look. Because it certainly looks like Sebastian was in trouble to me. So this is Sebastian about 15 minutes before he was last seen on February 25th, 2024. Right? And he's at the table with his mother, Katie Proudfoot, and she's, got her fork up in the air like she's some kind of hot shit. And she is saying something to Sebastian, and it definitely looks like he was in trouble. It definitely looks like he is nervous. You can see his feet moving under the table. You can see him shaking his head no. You can see his stance looks nervous, in my opinion. I do not know Sebastian. I wish I did know him. But in my opinion, he does not look happy, and he looks like he is in trouble. And Katie's over there, Miss hoity-toity, Miss, I don't know what personality she's pulling from today, but it looks like maybe she's pulling from, Cruella de Vil, her mother-in-law, right? And Sebastian is here, and he is messing with his fingers, right? He looks distraught, in my opinion. Doesn't look like he was laughing and joking. No, Katie, he wasn't. And no, you don't look like you're laughing and joking either. And now she's going to start pointing at him, right? While she stuffs her face. And then he moves in, right? And looks even more bewildered, in my opinion. But don't take it from me, look it for yourself, So, unbelievable. Right? And it looks like he's saying something to his mom, but he definitely is shaking his head no. He also shrugged his shoulder like he doesn't know a couple of times. And then she's over there saying God only knows what. And she starts getting in his face. Now, she's pointing herself across the table at him, and he's shrugging his shoulders like, I don't know. It's almost like she's interrogating him or something about something, because he's saying, I don't know, and shaking his head no. Right? But she just goes on about her business like she's some hot shit. Miss Queen of Sheba over here. Queen of poop. Queen of the feet, the stink feet. And Sebastian continues to look like he's in trouble. Oh, you're not in trouble. You need to come home. Shut up, Katie. That's a crock of shit, and you know it. Where is Sebastian, Katie? Where is he? And why do you keep up with this charade? 2.5 years is a long time. 2.5 years is too long to continue on with this. And again, tell me that he wasn't in trouble, and you don't know why he walked out that door, Katie. You see it? It's as if she's telling him, you had better do A, B, and C. Right? And then she continues to stuff her face with rolls, and she doesn't let him have another. Right? I mean, I'm not making it up. It's here clear as day. Yet they get upset when we don't want to believe their bullcrap. Because he doesn't look happy. He doesn't look like he's having a good time. It doesn't look like a mother-son outing. Not anyone that I'd ever want to be on. It looks tense. It looks like there's turmoil, in my opinion. She's the queen of the polished shirts. Love, mama, love. Yes, she is. She is the queen of shit. And the queen of bullshit. Because she wants us to believe that she doesn't know why Sebastian walked out that door. And don't forget Yellow Jacket's over here somewhere. I'm not going to point that out because I can't zoom in particularly to show you guys. But we know. We've already analyzed the video several times, and we've made it a point to point all of that out. Let's go back to their bullshit comments and statements from their first TV interview.
The question, why did he go? And the other.
Oh, here's the $1 million question. Let's go to this.
It'd make more sense if we'd been fighting.
Or he'd been in trouble, but he hadn't been in trouble. So, I mean, the $1 million question, why did he go? And the other $1 million question is how.
What about social media? Is there anything that, anyone he could have contacted? I understand he was somewhat of a gamer, or what was he? There was a video game he loved, right?
Minecraft. He loves Minecraft. The game that he has is not online. He has the Switch.
We don't, because of how social media can be, he doesn't have accessibility to communicate with folks
on the internet.
I mean, we have a firm belief that we just don't feel that right now he's capable of having that kind of responsibility. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, his phone is locked down, his computers, his gaming. He doesn't have a gamer tag. He doesn't have online capabilities with games. I mean,
we've combed every electronic. I
mean, we've cooperated.
You've combed every electronic, but you failed to say that there was times where Sebastian would, get up and grab that stuff, right? I understand to a certain degree that people don't want to badmouth a missing child, right? But the fact that they are willing to do that, and they have done that from the very beginning, it's odd to me that she wouldn't bring that up. That she wouldn't say, even though we lock these things down, we understand that there's it's easy for a child to get around some of this stuff, and teenagers do that all the time. She doesn't say that. She just keeps on. And then she also tries to assure everybody that they've combed every electronic. Well, Katie, that's not your job. That is the job of law enforcement, and they have not done that, have they? Not properly, in my opinion. Lucky for you.
Operated with all the authorities as far as anything they've asked us to provide, we've provided, and still just don't have any answers.
Did he have any friends that could have possibly contacted him in some way on his phone?
All his friends at school have been questioned to my knowledge, and none of them knew anything.
Yeah, but you told everybody the night before on Duchess that Sebastian doesn't have any friends, that he wants friends, but he doesn't have any. And then Chris Proudfoot subsequently goes on and talks with Terry Lynn and tells everybody that Sebastian doesn't have any friends because he likes to have accidents in his pants. Isn't that right, Katie? Isn't that right, Chris? And then you were over there trying to get with Titty Lynn.
This big question mark.
Oh, we should have done this in private.
Vanished.
Nasty.
No one can figure out where or why. All right, so let's talk too about the relationship involved, because the biological father is very much involved in Sebastian's life as well.
Yes, ma'am, very much.
Right?
And again, in Javea's case, we don't have the third party parent, right? The bonus parent, as the good ones are called. We do have a stepfoot in this situation. And in the other case, we are dealing with two biological parents. But I want you to pay attention to how Chris and Katie frame Seth Rogers. And we'll talk a little bit about how they retract all of this, right? And later on, they will bash him and bash him and bash him.
And how would you describe that relationship, the two of them and the four of you?
It's relatively good. I mean, we talk regularly. He talks to his son on a regular basis, sees him on a regular basis. He's involved in school and therapy, and I mean, he doesn't have any extracurricular activities, but I can tell you now, if he did, his dad would be in the front row.
Yeah, look at Chris. He doesn't look happy about that. Katie looks happy about it. Katie's like, oh, he'd be in the front row. He'd just be right there in the front row. Yeah, but Chris didn't like that comment. Chris didn't like that comment one bit. You could see it written all over his face. That's one thing about Chris and Katie, is they are so stinking transparent. But law enforcement is either incompetent, inept, or corrupt. And I'm going to go with corrupt. Because if somebody like me, or, some of our fine chatters who have followed Sebastian Rogers' case can see right through this BS with zero training, then they should be able to too. But they choose not to. They choose to cover up. They choose to not do a proper investigation. They choose to let Mr. Proudfoot run the show. Nobody talks to my wife without me there. What a clown.
In two different households, and the communication between the three of us is great. I mean, yes, we're just like every parent. We all have our disagreements, but in the end, we come together as a team and we work, and we come up with solutions that as we best see fit. I mean, I'm almost in contact with him almost daily.
I'm almost in contact with him almost daily. That's Chris Proudfoot on his relationship with Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father. You're almost in contact with him almost daily. What does almost in contact with somebody mean, Chris? You're either in contact with him or you're not. It's kind of like when Javea's mother says that she could be on the spectrum, but she hasn't been diagnosed yet. You either are on the spectrum or you're not. You either have a diagnosis or you don't. You either are in contact with someone daily or you're not. There is no almost. Almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, Proudfoot. Get it right. It goes for you too, Katie. And quit nodding your head yes when you know you lying.
Let's talk about Sebastian. Tell me about Sebastian. How would you describe him?
Sweet, stubborn. He loves to help. He loves running, and he loves to play his games and his fidgets and Uno. Lord, that's one of his favorite games right now. Favorite color is green.
Does he love music?
Oh, he loves music.
An eclectic taste.
I mean,
An eclectic. I mean, from, as everybody knows, Eye of the Tiger to Eddie Vedder.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So we got Pearl Jam on one hand, we've got Survivor on the other over here, we've got Taylor Swift, and
he's got a big crush on her. I mean, country, rock,
no
classic.
hip hop. We don't allow the hip hop.
Well, he doesn't really.
Oh yeah, and here's Katie again to save the day. Oh yeah, and we don't allow that rap music. We ain't like allowing the rap, no rap. And then Katie goes, well, he doesn't even really like it anyway. Bullshit. I'm sorry, but a lot of kids enjoy to have, hip hop or, the house music and stuff like that because it's upbeat, right? And they're kids. So, look at Mr. Proudfoot over here. That's why you probably didn't make it over at Hunter's Lane. I bet you were bullied and beat up every single day. I bet you that's why you're so angry.
Really get into it anyways.
You mentioned you love running.
What's wrong with rap, Chris? Why don't you elaborate on that real quick for all of us? Why don't you elaborate on that? What's wrong with rap music? Every other music's okay besides rap? I wonder why somebody would say something like that.
So
racist.
Do you love the outdoors at all? I mean, would something outside that was somewhat outdoorsy be enticing to him or pull him outdoors?
He loves, like, when we were in California.
I can see Sebastian getting down to Luda. I can see him getting down. I can see him getting down to a lot of different kinds of music and not even thinking about it. It's just whatever jam he's listening to, whatever he likes, right? Not caring about it one way or another. But Proudfoot over there, oh, we can't have none of this rap in the house, Like he's, I mean, he's so transparent. He is so transparent.
California, and the school had this lap thing to gain money. It was a fundraiser. And every year he was, I did this many laps. I mean, I've got t-shirts where they would write on his back. Every time the kids went around, they'd mark a mark on the back and they'd keep running. And he just had marks all the way across his back. He likes playgrounds. He hates being dirty. He don't like.
Hey, crybaby Walker. Good to see you. Sam says move, Chris. Get out the way. Oh my gosh. He probably was thinking that's probably what Sebastian was singing. Oh my gosh, look at her. He hates being dirty. He hates being. Oh, really, Katie? But you want us to believe that he left in the middle of the night with no shoes on. Also, another fun fact that they don't mention here is that Sebastian's allergic to grass. Right? They also don't mention the fact that Sebastian wouldn't have left the house without any shoes on because he doesn't like to have his feet bare. He wears water shoes in the pool. And as a matter of fact, when he was little, he had a situation where he accidentally stepped on a fire anthill, excuse me. And his poor little toes got eaten up, or he got stung by the fire ants or bit, whatever they do. Right? So he wouldn't have done that. And he doesn't like being dirty.
Being dirty.
Yeah, he's not your tomboy style child where he goes outside and plays in the mud.
This fucking idiot. A tomboy is a little girl that likes to do boy things. You know that, Chris? You can't be that stupid. Right? You really can't. Because, I mean, again, why don't you just shut up because you weren't there?
Loves animals, but he's terrified of bugs.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, is that funny? Is it funny when Sebastian's terrified of something, Chris? Mr. Crispy? Is that cute to you? That must be cute to you because you're laughing. You're laughing at Sebastian being terrified. Did you just hear what you said and what you're equating to you thinking it's funny and cute? That's hilarious that Sebastian was terrified? Now, this is one sick motherfucker right here, you guys, and he's walking the streets still.
Okay.
Same goes for you, Katie, because you're sitting there thinking about how your son is terrified and it's making you laugh. And he's missing, Katie. You're not worried about whether he's safe. You're not worried about whether he's clothed. You're not worried about whether he's hungry, whether he's thirsty. You're thinking back about how funny it is when he's terrified. Disgusting. And again, these two are roaming the streets freely.
Yeah. Even a fly, and he's like, oh!
Let's talk.
It's not funny. It's not funny. Nobody else is laughing besides the two of you. You know? Besides the two of you. He's not pervy. He's not pervy. You know? Exactly. And that's the thing too, Sam. She goes, oh, my son's not a runner. He's never run away before. He doesn't run. Oh, and then you tell us a story about how he likes to run. I mean, super contradictory, right? I mean, it just is. Libra says, yeah, says he isn't that, then turns around and says he did or walked out that door. You know, it's ridiculous. Her telling the story of him running laps, Peyton, he's running away. He's disgustingly stupid. Oh, Lord. And then they like to go motorcycle shopping. And then Chris is over there, you know, scratching his arms because allegedly there's, and I could see it. I mean, and I've pointed it out. Mandy from Spirit Seeker Squad did a great job of pointing that out and zooming in, that he's all scabbed up from being, I don't know, scratched. Because I know when, you know, even the littlest scratch that you get and you draw blood on that and it starts to heal back up, it gets a little itchy, right? And he's over there scratching his wounds, isn't he? He's allegedly a poop eater. He's absolutely allegedly a poop eater. I mean, that's my opinion, in my opinion.
Because he's highly functioning. I know you all have described him as having a form of autism.
He does.
But just describe that to our viewers too, as far as his way of thinking of things and maybe how determined he was about certain things or his mindset.
He's got a stubborn mindset. If he believes it's this,
he gets on a one-man track.
All right, here's the one-man track. Here's the one-man track, right? And they're both mirror matching each other. They're both doing the exact same thing. And I know we've gone over this, but I want to point this out because this is where we know that Chris and Katie are in tune and they are definitely rehearsing and regurgitating a story. They are thick as thieves, these two. And Katie may have been the last one to be with Sebastian, but I guarantee you that the two of them both have involvement, equal involvement, in my opinion. So I'll ask again, where is Sebastian, Katie, and Chris?
He is just on it, and he is all about it.
but I mean, he's very smart. He can play chess. He can beat adults in chess.
Wow.
So
he loves playing games.
What about?
All right, and really quick too, I wanted to point this out that I wrote in the video. Sebastian has a rare chromosome deletion and a pocket of fluid on his brain, right bilateral part of his brain, that is never mentioned. But his recent diagnosis of autism was. That always gets me. I'm always going to point that part out because they failed to mention that to Holly Pollyanna Thompson because they want to push the autism diagnosis. They're pushing the autism diagnosis just like Javea's mom did. Why is that?
Navigate.
You guys care to comment, Chris and Katie? Because you guys are still walking free. So you guys are free to comment. Anytime we have a question for you guys, you should be willing to let us know your thoughts, right? You should be willing to answer for that because you're still free out there by the grace of Sumner County. But guess what? God's watching and he's about to get you too. I have a feeling.
Like, did he have a sense of direction? Do you think he could have possibly even hitched a ride or gotten a ride on a bus or some sort of transportation?
that is a speculation that we don't have an answer for. Just directionally, he knows he could guide you from our house to his dad's house.
Yeah.
He could get from like this house, I think he can make it up to Culver's ice cream.
He can go to Culver's.
Oh, the boy loves
He
them
knows
all.
where Culver's is because Culver's.
Oh, he can go to Culver's. Oh, yeah, Katie? When was the last time you brought him up to Culver's and he navigated for you? Because that seems like bullshit to me, especially because you were saying that Terry Bowersox is the one that takes him up to Culver's and gets him chocolate malt, extra malt.
Culver's has malt. He loves malt, extra malt. Every time, extra malt.
Now, how
Right. And Katie, how come on Sebastian's birthday, how come you guys didn't go over to Culver's for Sebastian's birthday where they were offering people discounted or free malts? Because you told us, and you've told us since the beginning, you're the one that told us this, that he loves malt, extra malt. But why weren't you guys there for his birthday, Katie, when they were doing a whole special deal for Sebastian's birthday? Neither one of you two showed your sorry asses anywhere near that fucking Culver's. Neither one of you. And who the hell has a shit-eating grin? This ain't even a smirk. This is a shit-eating grin from the two of these numbnuts.
far away does his dad live?
Clarksville. His dad lives up by Clarksville.
So he could guide someone all the way to Clarksville.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Oh, mm-hmm. Oh, mm-hmm. You sound like a little girl right there. Oh, mm-hmm. Really, Chris? That's not the same energy you come at on the internet. Hey, Kylie Ray. That's not the same kind of energy we get. In Astro Train, I agree. Just like Jack and Lily. Just like Jack and Lily. Their parents are the same way. I could do a comparison with all three of these. Summer Wells, will add her in there too. Her parents. It's these parents behaving badly, you know? But again, oh, all of a sudden he's a little girl, little Chrissy Pissy Pants, real colors shining through.
Clarksville. His dad lives up by Clarksville.
So he could guide someone all the way to Clarksville.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Oh, all of a sudden you go from talking like this, my name's Chris Profit, to sound like a little girl, little girly boy. Why'd you get so nervous about that question, Chrissy Pissy?
So a pretty keen sense of direction, at least with certain things.
Familiar routes.
Yes.
Familiar routes.
Familiar routes.
I mean, if I took him another route going
He
this way,
takes
he would
it.
not know it.
He goes up there.
That's funny because Seth said that they take different routes sometimes depending if they're going to stop and go fishing or if maybe they was going to, have something special on the way. So that's odd that you would say that. And it's odd that you would put yourself there and say, if I took him in a different direction, then he wouldn't know where he was. Caught you again, foot, dirty foot, stinky foot, poop foot, pee foot.
There so often that he knows.
Liar foot.
He knows how to get to his daddies. We know that.
His dad works with him as far as, well, we're going.
Right. And then Katie quick catches him, quick covers his ass and said, oh, he knows how to get to his daddies. No matter which way he goes, he can know how to get to his daddies. We know that. And then here's Chris, because he can't help himself. He's going to over-explain, right? And it's not even mansplaining. It's over-explaining at this point. And he says, oh, we're going this way. We're going that way. He's the best dad ever. Okay. Yeah, well, we know how you really feel, Chris. You lying sack.
Going this way, we're going that way. And
are you in the car with Seth when they're driving back? Because according to Seth, there would be times where Sebastian would get off the bus, right? And then, Seth would be waiting in the driveway, yes, right? But you didn't hop in the car and take a ride with him over there. You've never driven Sebastian, in my opinion, to the best of my knowledge, to his father's house. So how would you know? How would you know that? And you say it with such certainty. You say all this crap with such certainty, yet you can't tell us where Sebastian is, even though we know you know. I mean, I know they are smirking ass smart asses. Kylie Ray, I agree. You know, Miss Prim and Proper in their pretend voices, right? And Katie with her fake accent. Putrid foots, putrid feet, you know? Unbelievable. I cannot believe the crap that we've had to listen to from the likes of these two and that they're still out and about, like Katie likes to say.
Keeps the same thing and it works out.
How do you know? You weren't there.
Let's talk too, because earlier,
And look, Katie's just staring off into space. She's not even paying attention. Katie has this amazing ability to dissociate herself from a situation. That's why I wonder if she does suffer from like DID, aka multiple personality disorder, because she has an amazing way of dissociating from reality.
You and I were talking, and you were saying that there are a lot of people who are harassing both of you.
Oh my God, Pollyanna. I've not heard you have any disdain or concern in your voice until just now. Oh, they are harassing. Oh my God, they're harassing you. Shut the fudge up. God, this lady drives me bananas.
Any of that? Do
Can you guys tell us about that? I'll go back to my church and I'll make sure we be praying for y'all. Stupid.
To address, what do you want to say to any of these people?
Oh, all of a sudden, Chris doesn't have anything to say, and then he's got a little smirk on his face, like, oh, great, Duper's delight. Duper's delight, this lady believes me. Well, newsflash, none of us do, in my opinion. You guys are welcome to say what you feel in the chat or think. But in this court of public opinion here, no way. And then here's Katie. She can't wait to tell everybody how she's the victim. Deny, attack, reverse, a victim and offender. Darvo incoming.
You don't know. And I don't wish you to ever know.
How do you know that none of us know, Katie? What if there's other people who feel for your situation and they're watching you, hoping that they can help you find your child? But you're just sitting there putting everybody into a big lump of crap with yourself and saying, I wish you never know. That's like one of the most evil things I've ever heard someone say. Really, in a missing child's case. I've never heard a parent, and please correct me if I'm wrong or send me the clip, where another parent has said something like that. You don't know, and I wish you to never know. That's evil. And look at her face, too. Look at her. That's the time where she's looking into her eyes. Otherwise, she's over there staring into God only knows where. She's probably looking behind Holly Thompson at that liquor, wanting to get at it.
I would say it like this. Everybody has an opinion. You know, and it's perfectly okay to have that opinion. But you're not in this.
Gee, thanks, Chris. Thank you for letting us know that we're allowed to have our own opinion and that it's okay with you. Last time I checked, we didn't ask you for permission. Nor do we have to, nor are we going to.
Situation. You don't quite understand. I wish people would step back, take a different wide open view.
So we don't understand what exactly, Chris. Why don't you help us out? Where's Sebastian? We don't quite understand what. We don't quite understand that you have him in a school somewhere. We don't quite understand that maybe CPS is hiding them out for you, hiding him out for you, Sebastian, that is. What don't we understand? Because I'll never understand, nor will I ever concede that Sebastian just poof. He's a ninja. He's always wanted to be a ninja. Never going to believe that, Chris. Never in a million years. That's not opinion. That's a fact. People don't just go poof. Good morning, Gina. So good to see you, Gina. Thank you for that. I meant to text you back, and I hearted your text message, and then I didn't text you back, and you just reminded me. It's good to see you, Gina. But yeah, it's amazing to me. It is absolutely amazing to me that Chris is giving us permission to have our own thoughts and feelings on the situation. But then again, he's going to come out raging later on about it.
And not assume what they know.
I'm not assuming shit about what I know. I know everything there is to know by your statement, pal.
It's just better to stick to the facts.
All right, let's stick to the facts. Katie is saying that Sebastian went to bed at 9 o'clock. She says that an hour later, there's a thud, right? Am I getting that right? Because your wife is the one that's giving us the facts, Chris. Mr. Chris, Stepfoot. And she's saying that around 10 o'clock, there was a thud in his room. And she didn't go check on him. And then she herself went to bed at midnight. And then when she went to go wake up Sebastian at 6 a.m., he wasn't in his bed. And so she looked around the house and she said, Bubba, Bubba, or whatever she said. And she looked for him here and she looked for him there. And then she drove around the neighborhood with her windows rolled up. Chris, I have the proof of that. So what is not factual about what I'm saying right now? This is your story, buddy. This is your show. I'm giving you the stage. I'm giving you enough rope to hang yourself with. And you're doing a fantastic job of it. And you're making absolutely no sense to anyone with even a little bit of brain cells. It doesn't require many to understand that you're a lying sack of poop and that you want us to follow the facts, but you've never given us one single fact, because that story doesn't add up. No how. And then she three-wayed, you two three-wayed, and she muted. Why did she mute? Why is Katie all of a sudden a mute? I thought she was in the Navy. I thought she was some badass in the Navy. She can't even speak up. She can't even be her missing child's voice. So what is it, Chris? What am I missing here? Help me out. Make it crystal clear. Frickin' jerk.
If they have questions, all they have to do is ask.
Oh, if they have questions, just ask. And then you'll turn around and play the victim and act like we're harassing you because we're asking you questions. Yeah, we've already been down that road too.
And I pray genuinely that no one ever goes through this.
Here's Katie again with that evil shit.
Just be kind to people. I mean, that's...
And you two are so fucking lucky. Let me tell you how lucky the two of you are, because you're still out there scot-free. You're still out there scot-free. You are damn lucky. Because if it was anybody else, your asses would be right where you belong. But instead, you're running free in Sumner County.
It's real simple.
When was the last time you showed any kindness, care, or compassion? Because the last time I saw your stupid ass come out publicly was when you were making fun of Seth when he was out there trying to find answers at the Sumner County Sheriff's Office.
There are some people who have been talking, because I know this is part of the harassment.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I know this is part of the harassment. My name is Pollyanna Thompson, and I'm here to champion for the Proudfoots and tell you all that they had nothing to do with this, and they're being harassed. No, they're not. These two are not being harassed by anyone.
Anything you want to address about this child?
As a matter of fact, they're the ones that did the harassing. And I have proof of it. And I had to go to a Florida court, and the court knows about it too. Because of what they had their little dirty boy do for them.
Custody situation with a previous.
So I have a current case that is ongoing in another state. We've requested that case to be sealed because there are some individuals who have taken upon themselves to put stuff out there that they don't quite know, which all they have to do is ask, I'll tell you.
What is it that we don't quite know, Chris? At this point, we didn't quite know about your 5 CPS reports that were still active and ongoing at this time, right? We didn't know about that, but you won't elaborate on that any because it makes you look bad. You know, and Gina, you're absolutely right. It's 3 a.m. No one sleeps with all their master bedroom lights on. We saw it. We saw it. We have proof of that too. So what facts are we missing out on? Gina, that's such a great point. Thank you.
But because of that, you know, it has nothing to do with our son. It has nothing to do with the situation. You know, I just people would respect that and keep an open mind.
Oh, really? So you mean to tell me since the fall of 2022, you having 1, 2, 3, 4, and a 5th CPS report that occurred on or about January, beginning of February, that is still active CPS report, that we're missing some big clue about this not being about Sebastian? It has everything to do with Sebastian. It has everything to do with it, and your asses should be in jail for abuse. But you're not, because Sumner County is protecting your asses.
It's totally different.
What's so totally different about it? What about your daughter, who's able to be in your household even though she saw you strike Sebastian, and she knows that her brother is missing?
Is Sebastian able to watch this, and maybe he's watching this as it airs?
Look at their faces. Maybe he's watching this as it airs. Look at Katie's face. It's as if she knows damn well that he's not watching it, because she knows where he is. Chris Proudfoot, he looks like he's got a little duper's delight right there. And
if he is,
and then Katie starts rocking back and forth. Let's watch that again.
Totally different.
Is Sebastian able to watch this, and maybe he's watching this as it airs?
Maybe he's watching it as it airs. Just note the faces.
And if he is, what do you want to say?
And there's Katie staring back at her liquor cabinet.
Hey, Sebastian, what do you want him to hear from you right now?
Oh gosh, that we love you so much, and we want you to come home, and you're not in trouble.
She's not looking at the camera. She's barely even looking at Holly Thompson. And Chris refuses to look. Neither one of them is taking the opportunity for the camera person to focus in on their faces and to do a plead for Sebastian. That we love you so much and we want you to come home and you're not in trouble. Crap. A bunch of crap. Fake crying, fake sorrow, fake grief, whatever you want to call it. Because that's not genuine in the slightest, Katie. Nobody believes you. I certainly don't. Feel free to comment. I don't want to speak for you guys. Janet, good to see you. I don't see why Sebastian needs to be found. They should be in court. Right. They should have been in trouble, and they should be arrested by now. They should have been arrested for child abuse, because that is very apparent with 4 CPS reports and another one that's open making 5. But yet here they are, never been in trouble, never been arrested, never been charged with the abuse that Chris Proudfoot openly admitted to. It is illegal to strike a child with a belt in Tennessee who is autistic, who has a chromosome deletion, because that is a child who is classified to have disabilities. Even though Sebastian's very able. I do want to point that out. And he can most definitely ride a scooter. He rode a bike.
I guarantee you he is loved.
You guarantee us that? How come you can't show us? How come you can't tell us? You're just going to guarantee it? You're just going to guarantee it? Freaking guaranteed piece of shit. It is so ridiculous. It is so ridiculous, Crybaby Walker. It is. It is so ridiculous. So, I mean, It's unbelievable. And thank you, Misty, for the poop again. Thanks, Misty. Oh my gosh. Unfriggin' believable. Unbelievable.
And trust me, the open arms are waiting for him to come home.
I guarantee you're loved and trust me, right? Whenever somebody says trust me and then they feed me a line of bullshit, the minute that I hear trust me, I already know a line of bullshit's to follow. But we have two of those just happen in rapid order. I guarantee you he's loved. Nobody said he wasn't loved. Why do you have to guarantee it? Why? Because your bullshit statement didn't hold up just now? It's as holy as Swiss cheese, baby Swiss, right? It stinks, in my opinion. I guarantee you and trust me. No, thank you.
From every
What does your friend Queen Bee like to say? Miss me with that bullshit. Miss me with that bullshit. Miss me with that golden poop. Pinocchios. You know?
parent to every family members to probably everyone in the community. But there's no malice. That we just want our boy home. Badly. But
There he is, sticking his tongue out. Badly, huh, Chris? Right? Just want him to come home badly, huh? You don't want him to come home that badly because you haven't done shit to find him. You haven't attended one single vigil. We don't even know if you even handed out a single flyer. We know you like to give them, we know that you like to give stacks of flyers to YouTubers that you're trying to manipulate. But in terms of you actually doing any kind of boots on the ground or going to a vigil of any sort, you have not. Quit lying.
That mama's heart, I know it's daddy's too.
He's not Sebastian's daddy. He is Sebastian's bully. He is Sebastian's abuser, and he's Sebastian's stepfoot. And this one allows for it.
But I feel like
she just loves her husband so much. Her husband's so important to her, more important than her son, who actually does love her. Sebastian does love you, Katie. Where's the love from you? I love you, Mama. You didn't say I love you back. And that's your words, Katie, not mine. Don't you dare.
Always that extra special bond.
Extra special, my ass.
Can you walk us through what you're thinking right now?
I just want my baby to be okay.
You want your baby to be okay. He's 15. He's not a baby. You talk about how he had a mustache growing in. I just want my baby to be okay.
I don't know where he's at.
That's a lie. That is a lie, in my opinion. And I will say Katie and Chris did a pretty good job about keeping it in the present tense and not putting in the past tense like we see some of these parents, like we saw with Javea's parents. You know? So, you asked our opinion, so you sent me some shit. My PTSD. Gina says no man or woman has to sleep in their camper overnight before they drive back 3 hours and 36 minutes doorstep to doorstep. Gina, it is so easy. You know, that's the nice thing about living in a camper or, you know, vacationing in a camper or using it, to work, right? I know a lot of people who decided to buy a nice camper, right, to travel in, instead of staying in hotels. So I'm not knocking him for that, but I agree with you. It is so convenient. It's pick up and go, right? And it's very time friendly. And why did he need his mommy and his stepfoot to come with him? His step socks coming with him. What were they doing? They had a campfire. They were roasting marshmallows. I don't think so. No. No. Nope. Not even close. On the phone for 3 hours and shit. Right. And that's where it puts Chris right there, because he thought if he told that little fairy story, right? Or if they had that little alibi worked out between them, then he can go ahead and say whatever he wants, in my opinion, as if he was there, but he really wasn't there. But that's why he's sitting there nodding yes and all of that. Manufactured, scripted, regurgitated. Unbelievable. And here's Katie over here. Oh, I gotta mute myself.
Let's talk about the community, because I want you all to know, even my church body, I mean, we're all praying. We're all praying
my church body.
for his safe return.
Oh, God.
Quickly. What do you all want?
Quickly. And then he shakes his head. Look at his face. She said quickly, his safe return, and quickly. And then look at Chris Proudfoot. Look at where his eyes go. He can't even look her in the face when she says that to him. Let's watch that again.
Let's talk about the community, because I want you all to know, even my church body, I mean, we're all praying. We're all praying for his safe.
Look at that evil look on his face. Not a look of thank you. Not a look of, oh my God, I so appreciate that so much. I can't believe your whole church body. I can't believe the whole body is praying. No, he's looking at her, and then he can't even bear to look at her further. Watch this.
Return. Quickly.
Quickly, and then he can't even look her in the eye.
What do you all want to say to the community?
Thank you. Thank you.
With everything from the bottom of our hearts. I would not have imagined how far this has gotten.
Oh, I could not imagine how far this has gotten. And also, that's exactly what Javea's biological father, not a stepfoot like you, Chris, said. Right? That's exactly what he said. We didn't think everybody was going to, make such a big deal of this. We thought we were going to be able to push off a fairy story, and no one was going to give a damn. Hate to break it to you, 2.5 years, still going strong.
But there's no way to repay.
And there's more of us than there are of you. Just remember that, Chris. So anybody that you try to threaten and harass and stalk, it's never going to stop us looking for Sebastian. It's never going to stop us from trying to find him. It's never going to stop us from putting pressure on you, Stepfoot.
The gratitude, the love that we felt from the community, the prayers, but thank you.
But don't stop looking.
Yeah, please.
My son is somewhere.
Where, Katie? Your son is somewhere. Where is he?
This ain't over until he's home.
So why did you stop looking, Katie? Or better question would be, why didn't you ever start looking? And the two of them, they can't even look at her anymore. They can't look her in the face.
So we have, let's mention, it's been on the search itself, because we know thousands of miles have basically been traced and retraced. We've got hundreds, we've got volunteers, we've got law enforcement from within the state, from without, outside of the state. I mean, do you feel like they're doing as much as they can? I mean, you all have been right there in the front seat, seeing everything that's...
No, they haven't been. They've been sitting in their house where law enforcement told them to stay until they decided to leave, right? Because they're being harassed.
It's underway.
As far as I know, they're doing everything. Anything and everything has been an option. They have brought in assets and resources from various counties, potentially other states. I mean, I don't know how much more they could do. But
really? And you just shrug your shoulders. I don't know how much more they could do. What a dummy. And then watch Katie and watch how evil she gets real quick.
We're grateful for everything they have done.
They're amazing, but they still haven't brought my baby back.
Look, and she's done. They're amazing, but they still haven't brought my baby back. And then she looks at Holly Thompson in the eyeballs finally, right? She's got this look on her face. Why don't you tell them where to find your baby, Katie? Because you know. And better yet, maybe ask where is Sebastian, who is now 17 years old.
I will.
Right. They will. And he wants her to, ease up on law enforcement and show some gratitude, right? He's looking at her as if you need to be showing some gratitude. This is the part in our script where we need to be showing gratitude to the police so they don't get on our asses. And then Katie just stares off at the liquor cabinet again.
He's out there somewhere. So it's one day at a time, getting through this and bringing him home. What is the reaction to the fact that
her snotting just makes me sick?
Somehow his image, he hasn't been captured on any video anywhere.
I know that it was very dark that night. I mean, it gets dark around here at night in general, but so far we haven't found him on any camera footage to prove where he's at or where he's gone. I know that they're looking, and I'm asking everybody and anybody that has cameras, trail cams, stores, to check, even from before he went missing, just to see if there's anything at all.
And I understand there was over.
Oh my gosh, yes, Gina. That is such a great point. Gina says, don't forget, CP lied on the court affidavit, said that they were cleared so he could get Faith. The paperwork is out there somewhere, and Granny and Jay is for Jay put it on their live, and he called one of them to take it down. Yeah, I have it too. I do have the portion where he said that law enforcement cleared them. And he told that he lied to the New Mexico court system. He did. Thank you, Gina. That's a great point. And, well said. I didn't forget, but I kind of did there because that's a great point to bring up right there. And there's so much to that, right? Because no court in their right mind should have ever given little Faith Proudfoot to these two monsters with a CPS report still open and a child still missing. Her brother still missing.
Request for video, any sort of footage of Sebastian.
Hey, Chris and Katie, why don't you tell Hollyanna Thompson that you've been telling people behind the scenes, don't be looking for Sebastian. And if we really knew Sebastian, then nobody would look for him. Why don't you tell her that? Where are you at with that bullshit?
From earlier in the day, on Sunday, before he disappeared.
That I don't believe we can comment on right now. That is not something that I believe we're privy to at this point.
I don't believe that's something that we're privy to. You mean privy, dummy? Wow. Let's watch that again.
Footage of Sebastian from earlier in the day, on Sunday, before he disappeared.
Right. She's asking about footage of Sebastian on Sunday before he disappeared, which the neighbors gave the first day, right? Seth says that when he got to the house, people were showing Chris and Katie, and they were showing and sending them, and they were a part of the Facebook group, the neighborhood Facebook group that was receiving footage of Sebastian, footage in the neighborhood. But now he's saying he's not pervy. You were pervy to it, Chris. You were privy to that privileged information, right? But you just collected it, and you wanted to see if anybody saw anything from you two on there. You weren't worried about Sebastian because you know where he is, in my opinion.
That I don't believe we can comment on right now. That is not something that I believe we're privy to.
You don't believe you're pervy to it, yet they sent it right to you? You don't think that you're pervy to it, even though it was all over the private Facebook group in your neighborhood? Victoria Place?
At this point with law enforcement.
With law enforcement, you weren't worried about law enforcement having that information. You're not the one that gave that to law enforcement. Your neighbors did. They certainly gave it to you and Katie, too.
That is something I would definitely direct back to them.
Why? Why is that, Chris? How come you can't show Pollyanna Thompson all of the footage that you yourself have collected from the neighbors? Bunch of poop is what that is. Little Miss Sharon says, of course he did. Same as lying to CPS about Seth being in Sebastian's life. Boom. It's all lies. It's a huge web of lies. But they want us to believe them and trust them. And they're guaranteeing us. Okay, whatever, Chris.
But, I mean, there's all kinds of requests out there. There's thousands of hours of video that they are combing. And
how do you know how many hours of video they're combing, Chris? How do you know how many hours of video that they're combing? If you're not pervy to that, dumbass.
Just hoping they'll find something.
You're hoping they'll find something, but you already saw all of it, didn't you?
I know this is so sensitive.
Oh my God, it's so sensitive.
What do you say to people who inevitably end up pointing their finger back at you?
Right, it's inevitable. You got that part right, Pollyanna Thompson. Because inevitably it comes back to Chris and Katie every single time. Any way we smash it.
Talking earlier, and I mean, are you both in the clear?
Oh, here he comes with the lie.
I can tell you that Mom, myself, and the father have worked very fully and cooperatively with all agencies across the board. We have anything that they've wanted, we have provided. So cooperation is there. I mean,
she didn't ask you about cooperation, Chris. She never once asked you if you're cooperating with law enforcement. She asked if you were cleared. Anyone has been cleared. Right, and then his go-to is to shrug and just sit there and look at her with them dead eyes of his.
What do you want to say to our viewers? Anybody who's watching, we've got a lot of folks in this community and in other counties just throughout the state as well. What do you want to say to them?
Help spread the word and keep searching, and thank you. And just, if you think you see him, call him in.
Thank all the viewers, everybody that's helped.
Oh, and also, guys, before we listen to a more, loads of bull crap from these two, I also want to just say, please, 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 if you hear nothing that I've said tonight, this is the most important thing. If you think that you see Sebastian, call 911 immediately. I don't give a shit if you're in Timbuktu. Call law enforcement. Don't call into a YouTube show. Don't call in anywhere besides to 911 immediately. Because if it is Sebastian out there, then we need the police to react as quickly as possible. If you hear nothing that I've said, because the shit's getting ridiculous with that too. And I appreciate people who think they see something and then they say something and then they do something. I get it. I understand that. I'm very grateful for that. But there is no reason for people to make it about themselves. Call his name, little Miss Sharon. Call his name. Call law enforcement. Don't wait 4 days later. Don't wait an hour later. At that exact minute. If you think you see Sebastian, call his name. And that's one thing I will give Katie tonight. Call his name. Call 911 immediately. There is still an active Amber Alert out endangered missing child for Sebastian, there is still a $50,000 reward through the FBI. Sebastian is still on the FBI's most wanted list for missing and kidnapped individuals. So for these people to be playing games like this, which in my opinion, you're playing a game, call law enforcement. Call his name and call law enforcement. If you think that you see Sebastian, do not wait. And I'm begging you from the bottom of my heart. But these people that are acting nutty buddy fruitcakes out here is a big reason for some of this rage that I got going tonight. Because I've absolutely had it. There is a certain order and of common sense that needs to be utilized or used in these situations. It's not about you, and it's not about your moment of 15 minutes of fame or 5 minutes of fame on a podcast. It's about finding Sebastian. It's about bringing him home to his father. It's about, if you see him, call it in immediately. Immediately doesn't mean 10 minutes from now. Immediately doesn't mean an hour from now. Immediately doesn't mean 4 days from now. Oh, I was thinking about it again. No, immediately means exactly when you see him or you think you see him. Hello, Laura. And hello, Trishy. Get off Nextdoor app and get on the news, Katie. Exactly, Gina. That's it, right? And I get that not everybody knows what to do. And there's times where people might panic and be like, oh my gosh, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, oh gosh, I think I saw him. And it's probably scary as hell. If I thought I saw Sebastian, it would freak me the fuck out, right? It really would. But I know exactly what I would do. I know I would be on the horn with law enforcement quicker than anything. 911, send. Hello. Yes, I have an emergency situation. I think I see a missing Sebastian Rogers from Sumner County, Tennessee. He's been missing for 2.5 years, and I think I just saw him. And when I called his name, he turned around. When I called his name, he didn't turn around. Make the report. Take pictures. Document everything. The street that you're on. Give them a proper address. I'm so sick of people playing in Sebastian's case. I am so sick of them playing. And people can be angry with me. They can come for me all they want. I'm not scared. Don't put it on Hip Hendersonville. Gina, thank you. Can you imagine? What if that was your child? Would you like people playing games in your missing child's case? You wouldn't. You don't even have to know how it is. If it was your child, you would not want people playing. You wouldn't want them going on a podcast. You wouldn't want them doing any of this bullshit that's happened to Sebastian. And again, it breaks my heart. Sebastian deserves better than this. Sebastian deserves more than people just worried about getting their 5 fucking seconds of fame. Because that's all it's going to amount to. You ain't done nothing good for him. You ain't done nothing good for him. All you're doing is bringing more pain to the situation. If you heard nothing I said tonight, please. You know, I don't know, Trishy. I can't believe these two are out there. I cannot believe that these two are out there. You know? And Laura, I don't know if this person is affiliated with the Pig Feets, right? The Pigfoots or not. I like to think this person probably has a good heart that I'm referring to, and I'm not going to call them out completely. But I'm sure they'll know who they are if they listen. And I'm sure they'll probably not like it. But I really don't give a shit. Because I didn't like what I heard either. I didn't like what I saw. I didn't like the bullshit, the hemming and hawing, the hokey fucking pokey. No, I didn't like it one bit. It makes me sick at my stomach. It makes me sick. No more hokey pokey with Sebastian. You see him? Call it in. Right away. Sebastian Rogers, is that you? Your dad's looking for you, buddy. Call him up. Your dad is looking for you and he's waiting for you to call him. He said he'll come get you.
From across the board, I mean, everybody has been tremendous.
Call his name.
Yeah.
He'll answer, and if he doesn't answer, he'll look.
Right, because that's what anybody's normal reaction to do. If somebody says Trish, I look. Somebody says Trisha, I look. Somebody says Patricia, I look faster. Right? Sebastian doesn't have like those kinds of nicknames, right? The shortened versions or anything like that. So he knows Sebastian. If he hears Sebastian, he's going to look. It's a normal reaction. It's like if I said, hey, Tam would look. Said, hey, Trishy would look. Little Miss Sharon, she'd look. She wouldn't even think about it. It's very difficult to trick our brains, right? That's why, like, if I started going by something different and everybody knows me as Lady Freedom, but the minute somebody says Trish, I'm like, what? Just like that Trisha Talks person, she's over there. I hear Trisha, and I'm like, oh God, you know what I mean? Because that's my name. I mean, I'll also answer to Lady Freedom because obviously I've been Lady Freedom for the last 2 years. But I mean, come on, guys, let's get with the fucking program. He's gonna call his name. He's gonna look. Little Miss Sharon, I'm so glad you said that too. But it's like, of course he's gonna look. I answer to all those too, Trishy. You know what's funny, Trishy, is I only have a couple people that call me Trishy. So that one is even going to throw me off even more now that you say that. Well, because for one of the people that called me Trishy is my dad, and he's passed on, right? And then my one really, really good friend calls me that. So those are the only people that call me Trishy. And so that's really going to make me look, right? Like, who the hell's calling me Trishy? But yeah, I mean, well, and see, I think Jenny says he'll look. She's making it sound like he's sort of unresponsive or something. I think that was a big misconception too, Jenny. And I know that Katie came out and she did. She kind of addressed that. I think it was at the year mark that there was things that was said that made people think like, that Sebastian was nonverbal, right? Or not as, I hate saying high functioning, but I hate worse when people say functional because these kids are not sofas or these people are not sofas. They're on the spectrum. So there is a wide array, right, of different, stages and that sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, it caused a lot of confusion, Jenny, and I agree. And and then she's like, he'll look. Sometimes he won't talk. She's about to say that too, and that kind of threw a little bit of a wrench in the situation as well. So she did a good job of confusing the situation, like right here.
Even if he's not being verbal at the moment, because he can talk.
Even if he's not being verbal at the moment, because he could talk. And see, this was the red flag that in Javea's case, because they were saying they might be nonverbal, they might not be. And I'm like, well, which one is it? Which one is it?
But sometimes he don't talk.
Well, sometimes I don't talk either. Especially if somebody's calling my name and I don't know who they are. I'll look, but I might not talk to them. I'm like, who the hell are you?
Call his name.
How did you know my name?
Tell him to stay put.
Call his name and tell him to stay put. I don't know that would work completely. Again, it's 2.5 years later. Sebastian's already had 2 birthdays, right? 16, 17. He's about to be 18, December 7th. So I don't know how that would work out. But I do know that as soon as you can, maybe you keep your eyes on him, especially if he does turn around and answer to his name, and call the police, 911 immediately. Us YouTubers don't need to know. The police do. There's a $50,000 reward through the FBI They believe this child has been kidnapped. Kidnapped.
He could be on the move, so keep checking your properties.
Yes, like the search is never over until he comes home. That is for sure.
So smart.
Really, really, the search is never over until he comes home. That's for sure. Really, Proudfoot, when was the last time you searched? Oh, wait, I forgot. You and your buddies went out into the woods. I remember that. What was that? About 9 or 10 months in? And that was for a photo op with a guy that you paid $15,000 for, for him to harass people and stalk people and defame people like myself. Interesting. And then Katie goes, he's so smart, out of nowhere with no reason behind it. Again, looking back at the liquor cabinet.
You for everything that everybody has done, has volunteered, the continuous efforts. I mean, it's, like I said, I've never seen something to this magnitude before.
Our community.
Right. You've never seen anything to this magnitude before, and you never thought that this would happen. You thought you were going to report Sebastian as a runaway and that no one was going to be the wiser. No one was going to look for him. Well, you certainly underestimated the situation now, didn't you, Foot?
It's amazing.
We're all praying, hoping, and searching for Sebastian's safe return for that day. Thank you both.
Yeah. Okay, Katie. And then look at her face, too. She doesn't believe none of that bullshit. Neither does he.
Thank you.
They know exactly where she is. Excuse me. They know exactly where Sebastian is. Just like Javea's parents know exactly where she is. So why are they running free? Why do they have WSMV4 Pollyanna Thompson covering their asses for them continuously for the last 2.5 years?
Katie did tell me that even though Sebastian does have autism, he is a smart teenager. He is highly functional. They say if you see him, say his name, say Sebastian.
He's not a sofa.
And he'll respond. He'll at least acknowledge you. And I can.
Right. Because anybody that has known their name for 15 years or longer, or even less than that, I can guarantee you that little Javea, if somebody called her name, she'd look. And she would just turn 4. So I'm pretty sure that Sebastian would do the same. If you see him, call 911.
I can tell you, this is my home. This is my community. And the people.
Well, then you should be the first one that's trying to get to the bottom of what kind of stinky ass shit is happening in your community instead of acting like it's not happening. Like the little Pollyanna you are, in my opinion.
People here are strong. They say they will continue to search. They will.
And I have no doubt about that. I think there's a lot of great people that live in Sumner County. I've met a lot of them. I'm friends with a lot of them. I'm still in communication with a lot of them. But there is no reason whatsoever that you should be sticking your head in the sand and acting like Sumner County is the greatest place on earth when you have a missing child for 2.5 years. And this bullshit story that you keep on pushing for these assholes.
Continue to hope and continue to pray for Sebastian's safe return.
Hoping and praying for his safe return is all fine and dandy, but actually getting out there and looking for him is going to bring the results that are needed. Not acting like Chris and Katie have no involvement in their poor them, they're being harassed. Get the hell out of here with that.
And by the way, you can watch my full exclusive interview with Sebastian's parents on our WSMV4 app.
Again, she got her well, she's gotten more than 15 minutes of fame. This one, she keeps collecting on Sebastian's case because every time there's a new anniversary, which sucks. Every single time, though, here she is. Oh, I'll do the interview. Oh, let me get up there. Oh, Pollyanna Thompson.
Live here in Hendersonville, Holly Thompson, WSMV.
Constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless and many other emotions all in one, and it's a never-ending roller coaster. It doesn't stop.
All right, guys, I want to point this out again because we know that little Javea has a blackened eye. Somebody gave her a shiner. I don't know which one it was. It sounds like maybe it was her mother. But look at Sebastian, and this is what I was talking about. The bruising. And then this is Sumner County Sheriff's Office slapping a big "Have you seen me" over it so nobody could see it. But here it is right here. Why did they cover it up with a "Have you seen me" slogan? Who are they trying to cover? Whose ass are they covering? Whose asses are they covering? Their own? Chris and Katie's? Right? Don't tell me that he wasn't in trouble, Katie. This is the TBI right here. This is the TBI with their stamp of approval that they gave us all this line of bullshit. Oh, they were just so happy. They were laughing and joking. We made spaghetti pancakes. Bullshit you did. Bullshit you did. Not true. You say he's not in trouble, but it looks to me like he was in trouble, Katie. And this is the proof of it. Trishy says, notice how this early interview gave the impression that he was more impacted by his autism spectrum disorder in his cognitive abilities, etc., than he truly was. I agree. And they did the same thing on Duchess. Oh, his mind hasn't caught up with his body. You know, that was Chris Proudfoot. His mind hasn't caught up with his body. Really? Because he was in the correct age, in the correct grade at school. He just had, he just needed extra time on testing and things like that. He had therapies that he was going through. His mind didn't catch up to his body. What a crock of crap. Just like that the Houdini and the ninja crap too. Right, Janet? I agree. Unbelievable. The 2 sightings in the beginning, CP put on his Facebook, it's not him, real quick, and then deleted it the next one. Crabtree did the same thing. They definitely know what and where he is, in my opinion. Laura, I think so too. Yeah, I didn't know that he deleted that. I know that he came out really quick. I was like, oh, okay. I mean, which honestly, the Grandfather Mountain one, I was like, I don't think that's Sebastian, you know, but I didn't know for sure. If it was my child, I'd go look, I'd at least see, right? But then they gave Seth a runaround too and wouldn't even let him look at the footage or talk to the mom or none of it. Thank her, tell her, I'm sorry that we thought that was your son, any of it, you know? And again, here we go. Katie being a weirdo, Katie reprimanding, scolding Sebastian. Nope. And the TBI is right there. But we have SLED officers, the FBI, and local law enforcement in Aiken County, South Carolina, that didn't allow for this bull crap. They didn't allow for it. And not even a week later, we have 2 people in custody with confessions, full confessions. So Sumner County didn't do their job. They were too busy asking for toilet paper and energy drinks and trash bags and Clorox wipes. I wonder if SLED ever asked for that, because I guarantee you they didn't. There's a guarantee. Trust me. Yeah. They never asked for that shit. They were too busy actually looking for Javea. Why didn't Sebastian get the same? What are they hiding? Trishy says, I think on Duchess, they even gave the impression that he was nonverbal, but I might be remembering it wrong. I think they did too. Well, and they were definitely saying things like, he wants friends, he doesn't have any friends, and then the very next day they go, "Oh, we checked all his friends at the school," you know. And Jenny says, "Yep, the mind of an 11-year-old too." KP said it, didn't she? Yeah, yeah. They were saying that Sebastian was not, you know, the age that he was, which he just turned 15, right? But they were saying that he was younger, right? His mentality was younger. And of course, they didn't use big words like that, but so again, guys, this is Sebastian Rogers. Before we have a funny, because I had to put the funny in there because it's just too ridiculous. This is Sebastian Rogers. This is Sebastian at his 15th birthday party. Now, this would have been December 7th of 2023. He was reported missing February 26, 2024 by his mother, Katie, and her husband, Chris Stepfoot, right, on a three-way call where she muted. This is a close-up of Sebastian on that day. This is Sebastian the day before he went missing, allegedly, according to Katie, which I don't believe. It could be, but I don't think I believe it. And then this is another picture of Sebastian. All right, here we go.
Looks like this is our... Okay, yes. Bravo, thank you so much for coming. I called you to report a crime that I don't have nothing to do with, okay?
Oh, this is a first.
I'm not involved in the crime. I didn't perpetrate the crime. I didn't do anything. Hypothetically, if I had,
Let's get to that.
I had done it.
Oh, hypothetically?
Just hypothetically speaking,
if you
let's say I
had
did.
done it, get your ass in the car. Hypothetically speaking, you're about to get your salad tossed in prison.
I'm your defense attorney, okay? Is to get you
good.
acquitted of all charges.
All charges.
Well,
That's that's the $1 million question.
I mean, what you want to just say to that question is no, I did not.
Wow. That's Reno 911, guys. That's a funny from Reno 911 where, they show, stupidity and use satire and parody to show how stupid criminals can be and otherwise. And their stupid ass sheriff too. He likes to wear the short shorts like Craddock. The $1 million question doesn't ever say no. We don't have involvement. No, we don't know where our son is. No, they don't say that. That's the $1 million question. CP's brain hasn't caught up to his body, has it, Jenny Machete? And they were going to bring a machete. Unfriggin' believable. Unbelievable. Well, guys, I've been out here for quite a while, but I wanted to get this case comparison going because I think that we need to continue to put pressure on Sumner County to do their job. Sumner County Sheriff's Office needs to do their job, just like Aiken County did. TBI needs to take some lessons from SLED. It's not a game. Sebastian Rogers has been missing for over 2 years, and they don't have shit. Javea was missing for not even a week, and they had everything. Michael Monkey Vaughn of Fruitland, Idaho, missing. Right away, they had all of it. Look at the affidavit, and you'll see it. You'll see all the police work. You'll see everything they had. They knew exactly who they were looking at, who the perpetrators were, and they were just waiting and gathering evidence. You mean to tell me it's taking you guys this long, Sumner County Sheriff's Office? I don't think so. Yet you could have leveraged the abuse that you had. In my opinion, 5 CPS reports and an admission, a confession that Chris Proudfoot abused Sebastian should have been enough to charge them with abuse. So where are the charges? Where are the charges? I'm still waiting. And I'm not going to give up. So where is Sebastian? Where are the charges for Chris and Katie? Why are they able to roam free with this bullshit lie and story that they've been peddling for how long? 2.5 years? No. It's not cutting it. Kylie Ray says just like they made out, he never ran away before and has, because neighbor's son, his girlfriend, had found him hiding under her car when she was about to get in and go home, but made out no games, internet, another lie. All they do is lie 100%. Well, and that's the thing. The news was about to talk about that, and then they stopped themselves. And then Chris and Katie acted like they had no knowledge of it, even though it happened again under their watch. It happened when they were responsible for Sebastian. It didn't happen at his father's house. Seth could, for some reason, could keep, tabs on Sebastian even when he was at work overnight. And Sebastian didn't walk off then. He didn't wander. He didn't run away. No, he stuck by his phone. And his dad said, "You need to be by your phone. You need to be there in case mom or I call you." And Sebastian did exactly that. Boy, oh boy. It's a real mess. It's a real mess, and it doesn't have to be this way. Do your job, Sumner County. Quit sitting there with your hand out asking for raises and do your job. Detective Carter, where are you at? Rookie. All right, guys. I love you all very, very much, and I will see you guys all next time. I do have a busy day tomorrow, but I will be on for night court, and we will continue on praying that Javea is found, praying that they're not sending SLED and local law enforcement and FBI on wild goose chases. I'm hoping that they will find her because she does not deserve to be out there. And the same goes for Sebastian Rogers. Get Chris and Katie back in there, even if it's with their lawyers, because they should be charged with child abuse, in my opinion. Where are the charges? Why haven't you done your job? What are you hiding, and why are you hiding it for them? Well, I'll see you guys.